All right. So I just wanted to mention before we get started, just in terms of on the topic of familiars, I suppose. I sort of, I don't know if you remember, I was kind of wrong in what I said, but right in practice in terms of whether or not familiars can take regular actions in the last session. Obviously, they can't take the attack action, but they definitely can do animal handling checks and things like that, theoretically. But I was reading about the telepathic...
Theoretically, my cat could lead a horse out of a barn.
Theoretically, but I was reading about the telepathic bond thing, and the thing about that is that it's kind of like the familiar is like actually an autonomous creature, and you're kind of giving it commands through the telepathic bond. So it's sort of like, probably in the future in that sort of situation, I'd probably say, like, you know, what actual command are you giving it? Like, because would it be able to understand like a complicated command, like try to get the horse to come out of the barn sort of thing? Like, I don't know. We'll have to see how that goes. But also, it can also only relay fairly basic information to you unless you're using an action to look through it. So if it moves out of your sight, what I might do next time is always take control of it myself, and then you can sort of tell me what you want it to do, and I'll move it around for you. And as for picking up familiars and moving them as well, I looked into that. I couldn't really find anything on that. So I think I'll probably just go ahead and say that that'll need an action in the future, just because otherwise the familiar could move like, you know, like if it's a cat and it dashes, and you know, it can move like 140 feet in a turn practically, which is probably a little bit crazy. So, but yeah, just wanted to mention that before we got started.
And that can all be saved up for like high-level monks. So I think we need to rework this real quick.
Yeah, you could move then like, what? How much can you move as a high-level monk?
I think you get like upwards of like maybe 30, 40 feet extra movement. I have to double check on the scoreboard on how much you can get. Yeah,
there's like a couple of features where you can do like an extra. I know like the Tabaxi can do a thing where it can do like an extra 30 feet. So yeah. Anyway, probably if that's just like a free action, it might be a bit hectic. All right. Let's do this. Everyone ready?
I was just before we start, I was just gonna like, if another situation where you use the cat to kind of like go into a building, you just ask it, what's going on? What's in there? All you get back from Adrian, like in text form in Discord, shit's fucked.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it could have like a sort of an emotional response. So maybe you'd know if it had found something, but then I don't know, maybe you get inside and it's just like playing with a mouse or something, depending on how people are.
All you get back is, ow, I don't like this.
It's hot in here.
Should we work out any equipment from last round before we start? Like who's carrying what, or?
Yeah, let's do that. So I've put all of the equipment in your inventory. So like Kenze, you've got the ear horn of hearing. If you just check out your inventory, they should be in there, so you can like move them around as you like. When did you get Ethel?
And the bag of holding, because we've discovered I can't carry it because I'm a lightweight.
Oh yeah, Kenze's got the bag of holding. You could get in the bag of holding. No, you can't do that.
No.
Oh, that's very long.
I think you can just for 10 minutes and then you die.
Yeah.
Can I just like hold on to the edge of the bag and just have my head out?
So you just weigh the amount of the head, I guess. What? Yeah. I mean, I can't see a reason why that wouldn't work.
You get stopped by the guard.
Like a straw.
Sir, where'd you get the head? I found it. Sir, that's not gonna work. No, seriously, you found it. Oh shit!
So yeah, what did you guys? Somebody wanted the pipe of smoke monsters, maybe, or something. I forget what people were saying they wanted.
Yeah, sorry.
Cool. I was interested in that pipe, and if someone else is interested as well, I'm happy to roll for it. It was just something, cool to have it. If it relates to anyone else's character, more so, that's fine. I'm easy.
Yeah, you can always
I
just roll a couple of d20s and.
Yeah, I don't super care either, even if you want to share it.
Yeah,
Like-
we'll share with her now. Easy.
Yeah.
Cool, you can take it to begin with.
All right,
I
so
don't really
Alina, I'll give
matter
you the.
of the. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. You wanted
Go
the clockwork amulet.
I was like, yep. And the horn. Can wait. Although for the lulls, I think it's funny. But if anyone else wants it,
I'm gonna make Kensei ask nicely for the amulet.
I already gave it to him. you already gave it to him. I guess. Like.
Rip.
All right.
no, okay.
Fingers. That's fine.
I'm gonna ask you nicely. Yoink! This is me asking nicely.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take your agency away. All right, let's get into this. So, in the story so far, you witnessed the city of Elturel blink out of existence, and you came together to help a caravan of around 30 or so refugees escape with their lives. Along the way, you found evidence that someone from Baldur's Gate may have been involved in Elturel's disappearance, and that cultists worshipping someone called Zariel are collecting loot for the Dead Three, the demigods of tyranny, murder, and bones. Although you have reason to believe Baldur's Gate may be in danger of suffering the same fate as Elturel, there seemed to be no better destination for the refugees. You also rescued a Hellrider named Rhea Mantlemorn, who was intent on going to Baldur's Gate because of some rumors she'd heard. Those rumors suggested the High Overseer of Elturel, Fabius Krieg, may have gone to Baldur's Gate shortly before the whole ordeal started. She found that troubling since her understanding was that the Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate, Ulder Ravengard, had just arrived in Elturel to meet Fabius Krieg only hours before the place disappeared. Sworn to protect Elturel and to serve the Overseer, she was determined to seek him out, to learn what had happened, and to serve and protect him as she's bound to. So Ethel suggested Rhea ride ahead to scout for danger, and to return to warn the caravan if there was any. After that, one of the members of the caravan, a half-elf woman named Volus, revealed herself to be a cultist, probably a worshipper of Baal, the god of murder. She killed another refugee after he overheard her sending a message to someone in Baldur's Gate using a sending stone. She called that someone Master and seemed glad to report that Elturel was gone. Unfortunately for her, you managed to work out who she was and kill her in combat. Kenway was so eager to fight, in fact, that he ran into battle with only half his clothes on. And afterwards, you profited quite a bit from all the loot that Volus had apparently stolen from Elturel before she left, and that brings us about to now. So,
Question. Did we find the sending stone?
yeah, so you have one sending stone.
Who has
I'm uncomfortable with that laugh.
So, it's about 2 days away now from the full moon, as Baldur's Gate comes into focus on the horizon. The second half of the journey along the Great Tradeway was uneventful, and now the sun is just about midway through the sky, directly above. So I'll just adjust this time to, like, it's about midday. And you can see as you approach that Whoa! You can see as you approach that the road you're on leads past farmhouses and cottages, which become increasingly dense, ultimately forming a busy city clustered outside the walls. If you don't know already, some of the refugees are able to tell you that these populated areas outside are referred to as the Outer City, and that the road that you're on is leading towards the Eastern Gate, known as the Basilisk Gate. There's been no sign of Rhea Mantlemorn since you sent her ahead to scout for danger, and you don't have any idea why. You don't see anything particularly worrying from here on the outskirts, but some of the refugees are sort of looking at you nervously, waiting to see what you decide to do. So, what do you decide to do?
Well, she's probably dead.
Great.
Dang it, she stole my line.
You stole my amulet.
Playfully retrieved.
If she didn't get here, we should be warning the people in Baldur's Gate that their city could also disappear next, right?
Yes.
Oh my god. Sorry.
Is everything okay?
This happens to me at least once every session.
Oh.
Uh-oh, DM's dying. We're winning.
You win the game. Sorry, could you
I had to
repeat that
go over
last
to
point?
Adrian to make sure he's dead. We gotta make sure we won. Double
So, yeah.
tap! Double tap!
There doesn't appear to be anything wrong with the place, except you can see one guy on the outskirts of town just coughing his lungs up. You're like, what's up with that guy? Maybe there's a plague here, I don't know.
Yeah, right. So the city hasn't disappeared yet, which is good.
Yep, that's one thing.
Well, I was
Dark
thinking.
is dark.
And why did Rhea want to come to Baldur's Gate again? to
So she heard a
was she trying
rumor.
to fight?
No, she heard a rumor that the High Overseer,
Oh yes, that's right.
Fabius Krieg, is in Baldur's Gate. When she doesn't know why he would be here, because
yes.
the high what is it, the High Duke Ulder Ravengard from Baldur's Gate was coming to Elturel to meet him.
Sound
Mark,
like,
Grand Duke.
sorry.
Yeah, Mark also suggests to his friends that the information that we found out about the three and so forth, we just keep it to ourselves because, recalling from Billiam's note, Volus was actually had a contact in the city. I think her master. So we don't want to, give ourselves away or just be very suspicious. I think who we talk to.
We also gotta talk to someone in case the whole city disappears, right? Feels like it's important.
I mean, if she already sent word out, they might have also spread, hey, the people that are left are coming here, and these might be the couple people that stand out, or some people that actually can take care of themselves in conflict. So,
Well, I was thinking too, if we want to smoke out who's on the other end of that sending stone, we just make sure that Kenzie keeps in constant contact with them.
Unless they hear someone, a stranger, talking to them and just chuck out the stone.
I was just gonna say, just like Kenway gets like a big grin when you say that.
He just constantly screams into the stone, just like, "Ah!" And we're like, this will definitely lead us to the person.
You just hear a scream come from it. I just say something, hear scream is like, that way!
I don't know if Kensway can imitate Volus's voice.
No, but if I kind of like shriek like a Banshee and we kind of like talk to anybody that might have seen a doctor about some sort of like a ear ache or something, we might be on the trail for somebody.
I was thinking on pure annoyance they would come after us.
That's a good plan. Solid plan.
Well, you can only send one message a day, so maybe do it early in the morning and wake them up every day.
What if that message is one continuous scream that lasts for 24 hours?
It's if I recall, sending stones usually work for like words. What happens if it's just a really long word?
Yeah. Well, I guess you'll run out of breath. Unless you can do some sort of circular breathing. I don't know. You can try it.
You just start hyperventilating.
Try it. See what happens.
If Malachi can breathe, like not have to breathe, I feel like he's got the best breath.
Best set of lungs in the best.
You could do like an hour-long word, potentially.
Yeah, at least for an hour. At least for an hour. I would just all run.
All right, these are. I was just gonna say these are excellent points. We should probably do this, not in public.
I was thinking maybe we could also sort of go undercover, like pretend to be Volus's whatchamacallit, like, you know, they were looting the
Acolytes or something?
Comrade.
yeah, because like we have that handkerchief that's Baal's red hanky. Could be a way to, also, I don't know, flash it around, put it in your back pocket.
I mean, Ethel has it, so she doesn't look too.
Yes, I definitely look like a minion of hell.
Wear it like a bandana.
Really
Just like
liberating with a murder.
Yeah, so I think we should like tell the caravan just to set up here and not to make the way into the city until we give them word if they, if it's safe enough, and then we can scout ahead.
Yeah, do a light reconnaissance.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, you tell them to kind of set up here. Dara and Goran, thank you profusely for taking you this far, and the refugees begin erecting tents and caravan lean-tos and such, and eating food and trying to get their bearings, work out what the hell they're supposed to do next. And Wellham also says, like, and remember, if you ever want to buy any weapons or armor, I will do them for half price. That offer still stands, of course. And Godric says, right, and also, Gennaro, if you do happen to set up another rage room, perhaps in Baldur's Gate, let me know so I can come and smash some clocks. I'm kind of needing a bit of that after a journey like this.
I'll keep my eye out for little trinkets.
And also, Valerie says, and please, if you find my sister, please send word. I'm anxious to know whether she's okay.
I think that was a hint that we should get armor.
Well, you can always come back out here, and I'll, unless you say it's safe, we will probably wait here. So you can always find me. I'm not going anywhere, and I will still have this wagon full of weapons and armor, unless I can find some customers, of course.
If we find any, we'll send them your way.
Much obliged.
Foreshadowing. It will disappear when we go into the city.
The outskirts will blow up, but not the internals.
This time, instead of like a sphere, it's like a donut where the center stays, and there's just like a horrible ring of disappeared land around them.
They're now
They like to-
experimenting on shapes.
Yeah, they do it differently every time.
Circles.
Third time it's a pyramid. Fourth time it is literally like a kind of like an infinity circle.
Right, so
Someone is playing around with the shape machine, I swear.
are you heading into the city?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so you head forward and you approach this basilisk gate, and as you go, what's that? Gift of
My
alacrity.
gift of
probably?
alacrity, yeah.
You approach this basilisk gate, and the streets are becoming like increasingly stuffy and full of people around here. They're all like rushing around and slowing road travel to a crawl. You can hear whimpering pack animals and guards shouting and hundreds of conversations in a myriad of languages, all culminating in the unmistakably loud and incessant hum of civilization. And you also see dark alleyways as you pass, shadowy even at midday, teeming with suspicious individuals and the threat of malevolence. And just going to... Don't mind me.
Rolling to see who gets mugged.
Okay. right, as you're like walking along this like cluttered road, there's like people everywhere. This like family of like, there's like an older man and a sort of middle-aged woman and a young boy trying to like pull 8 goats across the road in front of you, and one peacock. They're all like tied together, these goats, and they're kind of like refusing to move, and there's like all these people everywhere, and the boy's like trying to like get this peacock to like step onto the road, and the old man's like up the front and with the potentially his wife like trying to pull these goats, and they're like Mah! And they're just in front of your way, and you can't move, and you're like stuck in this road.
Barker's also known as the Goat Whisperer. He wants to he would like to like approach the lead goat and just trying to calm it down so all the others can follow suit and lead them out the way across the rest of the road.
It's like kind of like looks at you like and what do? You like, how do you calm it down?
Yeah. I just give it like a little stroke on the back of its head. Sniff the back of my my claw, and trying to guide it with its horn out the way.
All right, give me an animal handling check as this like old guy and his wife or maybe daughter like kind of standing there like watching you like mess with their goats, and this kid's like just trying to push these goats from behind and like get this peacock to move ahead, and the goat like pulls back from you, like it's like Mah! And all of these goats like start like walking backwards like on the path, and like they're in danger of like trampling this boy as he's like trying to like pull this peacock ahead as well, and the old guy's like no, kind of like runs forward to like try to stop these goats and shit. But they do because they're all sort of backing away, they do like get off the road, and you see these like goats kind of like kind of like push this like child to the ground. He like falls on his back, and like the woman like runs over like crying out to see if he's okay.
Nice work.
Good job, Turtle Man.
But they kind of like they sort of like pick him up and sort of dust him off and try to sort of like collect their goats together. They're all kind of like running everywhere, and all these other people are kind of like trying to get out of their way and stuff. But you can see like a clear way through the path now.
Yeah, and he just starts to whistle. He just starts to whistle, like he's like, okay,
problem solved. I should have rolled to see if the kid was like concussed or something, but no. So
mission failed successfully.
So that happened, and then you continue on to Baldur's Gate proper. Baldur's Gate is often referred to simply as the Gate. The inner city is protected by large walls, punctuated by huge iron-barred openings. And as you approach, you can see statues everywhere, sort of perching atop the battlements or extending from niches in the walls. And you realize it's probably from these statues that the Basilisk Gate actually gets its name. And when you get there, you see that the gates open, and there's like huge iron spikes kind of poking downwards from the stone wall far above. But there's a large contingent of guards standing out the front, and most of them are dressed in splint mail or half plate, and several of them display a coat of arms on their chests or their shoulder plates, which looks like this. Where am I? Looks like this. And you can see through to the inner side of the gate where there's like a large crowd, or like it's more like an angry mob, and they're like yelling and shouting, and you watch as like several of these guards basically like let loose on this crowd. They're literally like beating them back with like punches and kicks and butts of their weapons. And as you walk up to the gate with all this kind of chaos happening, one of the guards like standing out the front, who's like not involved in this conflict, kind of sees you and shouts like, "Ho! State your business."
We come bearing very important news. And do I recognize this coat of arms or any information about it?
Yeah, you can give me a history check, although I would say that Marka and Kenze, you've both been to Baldur's Gate before, so you would recognize this. I don't know if you want to tell the rest of the party.
Yes, I'll share the information with them.
But actually, Jean Lamore, you've heard some things, like, having done a little bit of traveling, at least from Waterdeep to Elturel. You've also heard a bit about Baldur's Gate. So some of you are aware that this is the coat of arms of the Flaming Fist. They're kind of like a mercenary army, and also sort of like, kind of like the police force of like a large portion of Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
And like, Kenze and Marka, you would know that these guys are like, they're pretty ruthless. Like, you know, they're not exactly like law-abiding police officers.
Flaming fist, more like flaming pig.
What do you say?
I
heard that.
We have.
What are you anyway? Some kind of talking rodent? Who are you calling a pig?
Oh, that goes
Take
without
one to
saying.
no one.
What?
He like looks at you as well. He's like,
Where are you coming from? You're one of them tieflings. You're coming from Elturel, I can tell. You're probably... What did you... We've heard some stories about that place. It was like magicked away or something. Was that you? Were you responsible for that?
Do we look like we could be responsible for that? We are here to investigate and to warn everyone. This could happen to Baldur's Gate.
Right.
Who's in charge?
Who's in charge? Well, not me. But I can tell you, what I do know is that we've been given orders not to let anyone else into the city. There's too many refugees like yourself from Elturel, and the city's full. There's chaos in the streets, and the Flaming Fist are overburdened as it is, and we stretch thin. But he sort of like looks you up and down. So what are you then if you're not responsible for horrible deeds? He gives Kenze another sort of like another suspicious look. What are you, adventurers or something?
Adventurers. I like the sound of that. I suppose I would call myself an adventurer.
Right, whatever.
Oh.
Well, look. You might be able to get special consideration. We've actually been told to send anyone who looks like they could handle themselves to see the captain. He might speak to you. I don't know. It's above my pay grade. What are your intentions here anyway? You say you've got news.
Yes, we have.
Clearly above your pay grade, so we're trying to get other people of renown to be informed.
Right, I suppose I did just say that. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you told me the news, I'd probably just forget it anyway. I'm pretty forgetful. Well, I'll tell you what. He like points over to where all these like guards are like beating this crowd of protesters or whatever they are. And he's like, he points over there. He's like pointing at this lanky-looking man with long black hair and a leather eye patch, who's just like at that moment backhanding a commoner with an iron glove. And you watch for a bit as the crowd finally disperses, and then this guy comes over and he sort of like brushes his like sweaty hair off of his brow and like wipes some blood from his mouth and kind of like gives you all a look. He's like, there, what's going on here then, eh?
Are you in charge? Are you the man in charge of Baldur's Gate?
I'm not in charge of Baldur's Gate, but I'm in charge of the Flaming Fist at the moment anyway. My name's Darman Zodge. You can call me Captain Zodge.
Captain Zodge.
Say, you look like actually adventurers or something.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, what are you doing around
Yes, we
these
are.
parts? What are your intentions?
We have a dire warning.
Right. I'm listening.
We saw Elturel disappear in a flash, and the same has been might happen to Baldur's Gate.
No,
and
not
we need to
another one.
let people know. What do you mean?
Oh, we've been hearing about this from. Look. So here's the thing. There's been a whole bunch of refugees coming over here from Elturel, and look, it's led to a full-scale refugee crisis. Quite frankly, there are far too many people trying to get in here for us to reasonably manage, and yeah, now there's well, we've had a few people saying that they think Baldur's Gate might be next, and well, quite frankly, it's just causing panic. It's terrible for the economy, which means there's a lot of pressure on us from the patriarchs in the upper city to stop anyone from leaving, because now people are trying to get out as well. And to make matters worse, some of these Knights of Eltergard, those ones that call themselves the so-called Hell Riders, well, a few of them escaped the destruction of their precious city, or the magicking away, or whatever it was, and these Hell Riders seem to have gotten it into their heads that we're responsible for Elturel's downfall. What a bunch of self-righteous rabble-risers. We've been arresting these Hell Riders on sight, trying to get to the bottom of it all. Frankly, we've got some questions for them about the whole thing, actually. So what? Have you got some Hell Riders amongst you or something? Is that what's going on here? Because quite frankly, I'm not interested. You should basically turn yourselves in right away.
I'm a Hell Raiser, not a Hell Rider.
Yeah, you do look like a bit of a Hellraiser.
Who else has been saying that they think Baldur's Gate will be next?
Well, there's some rumours going around about it, but in particular, a couple of Hell Riders. One in particular, actually, a lady that arrived here maybe about 3 days ago. She was carrying on about it. We can't.
And what
really...
happened to her?
Well, we arrested her, of course.
Well, you're an idiot.
What? What? How does that make me an idiot? Look, I'm just following orders from above anyway. We can't have that sort of nonsense being spread around here. And like I said, we've got
And
some
what if
questions
it's
for
not
these Hell
nonsense?
Riders anyway. Well, to be honest, there is a lot of terrible shit going on at Baldur's Gate at the moment. But as far as it being magicked away, that's pretty low on my priority, so I don't know what you want me to do about it.
I want you to let us talk to your superior about it. Sorry, I'm becoming the talk to the manager lady and I don't like it.
No, keep going, keep coming. I'm all behind you all the way.
Yeah, I would like to talk to your manager, please.
Look, as far as the Flaming Fist goes, I'm about as flaming managerial as it's gonna get. So, look, if you want to come in to Baldur's Gate and talk to, I don't know, try to talk to some patriarchs or something, that's your business. But like I said, we're not letting anyone in here. So, but look, if you are looking to get in, we could have some work for you. Actually, I've been looking for some capable outsiders to help us deal with some difficult things that are going on. Maybe if you do something for me, then I'll let you in here, and then you can try to talk to whoever you like.
So I'm coming here saying there's a chance that your whole city could possibly disappear, and you want me to delay telling the proper people so I can do you a favor.
Look, I'm not interested in listening to rumours. We've already got this kind of information. Like I said, there's various people that are claiming it. It's a bit of a claim, and there's some suspicions that we have, especially because, well, quite frankly, we don't trust people from Elturel. We've long had a difficult relationship with them, as you probably know. So, we're already looking into it. We've arrested several of these Hell Riders, and we're questioning them thoroughly. So, if you're just going to come in here and spread that rumour around, you know, I don't know. That's probably, maybe you should go somewhere else.
right, cool. All right.
Don't we have proof?
You have proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marcus steps forward with his map that he's been working on, and he asks Ethel to assist him with her research, saying we've been documenting this abnormal event. This is some of the information that we have. The rest is definitely for senior management. As you can see, there's a big crater here. We don't want this crater. And then he points to Baldur's Gate over here.
Like I said, I'm about as upper management as it gets. Until Blaze Liara Portier comes over here from the stronghold of Fort Balurian in Chult, I'm the top of the food chain, so I'm hearing what you say. We certainly, we take this as seriously as we can, even though it does sound a little bit far-fetched. We're already interviewing several people about this. And we've got a lot of other things to deal with. For example, all of these bloody cultists that are running around killing people in our city. These Dead 3 cultists, for example. And,
so, marker... Oh, sorry.
No, go
you
on.
might not understand the marker. He pulls out another piece of parchment. He opens it, and two bits of gold fall out. Like, actually, that could be yours if you just look the other way.
He just
Make our way in.
stares at you and doesn't even watch the gold drop. He's like, "Are you joking, mate? I told you already. I'm the captain of the Flaming Fist. You can't bribe me. Look, I'm looking for some people to do a job, but I'm pretty bloody busy. So if you're not interested in doing
All right. What do you need done that your platoon is so incapable of doing?
He kind of gives you another sideways look, like he's a bit irritated by your suggestion, but then he kind of sighs. He's like, "Look, well, I guess that's kind of the crux of it, is that we are feeling a little bit overwhelmed. Like I mentioned, there's been a resurgence of activity by cultists of the Dead 3. I don't know if you know what they are. Worshippers of the dark gods, Bane, Baal, and Merkel. I thought we'd wipe them out, but apparently not. These purveyors of fear and death are taking advantage of the current crisis to commit murder sprees throughout the city. For what reason, we don't know. Maybe just for the sake of it. And also, now we're seeing an increasing number of reports about a strange new drug that's spreading through the streets. A very addictive substance known as sunshine. Much worse than your average moonflower tea. And a whole swathe of the citizenry has become addicted to it, and even the wealthy folk in the upper city are getting hooked on it. So, yeah, we're stretched too thin, I'll admit it. I willingly admit it, which is why I'm looking to hire some potential mercenaries. We can't manage these refugees and hell riders and whatever else, all these rumours, and deal with these cultists at the same time. All these bloody drugs. So look, we're not letting anyone in, but I'm willing to make an exception and let you all in if you'd like to help me out. What do you say? I'm willing to pay for it as well, of course.
Well, we were already here to deal with the cultists, so I'd say you have a deal. And you're going to release the Hell Riders.
Did you say you were here to deal with the cultists?
Again, all privileged information, but I'll give you that.
What do you mean, you're here to deal with the cultists? Do you know something?
Well, had you bothered to listen instead of just being arrogant and asking for your own means, we probably would have told you. So we will take care of it. And you will let us in and release the Hell Riders.
Well, look, I'm not going to release the Hell Rider. That's, maybe I'll let you visit her. Which Hell Rider is this? Is this the one that arrived here 3 days ago? We've got a few of them, actually. But all of them are in Sea Tower, so they're not around here. I can't just bloody go and release them.
We'll have someone do it for you, since clearly you're too busy.
I mean, you're just refugees that look like you can handle yourselves, I'll give you that, but you've just shown up at my gate. You want to come in. I'm saying that if you do something for me, I'll let you in, but I'm not just going to go and release a prisoner for you. Why would I do that? I don't even know you. I'd have to speak to the Council of Four, get permission from the Parliament. I mean, I don't even know any of your names yet. Why don't you have a look around for me?
walk up while he's talking and like put my finger on his lips and like straighten like whatever he's wearing and like pat him on the chest, be like, "Okay, big boy, I just told you we'd deal with it. No problem."
Right. So you want to look into it for me? Well, what do you know about these cultists anyway? You mentioned you already knew about them.
Well,
They're bastards. What else do you need to know?
plaguing El Terrell, and they may have a connection with the disappearance of the entire city. And that is why we're here in Baldur's Gate, because I think that's about to happen here. Well, we think, possibly.
What, these dead 3 cultists? You think they're going to make the city disappear?
Possibly some kind of ritual.
Well, look, I got to admit that certainly is a concern if these rumours are true. We have been hearing them from a lot of people. So, yeah, I mean, if you'd like to do a job, then I'll happily hire you. I've got a lead, and we can give you probably 1,200 gold pieces reward.
Good cheer.
Once there have been no reports of attacks by followers of the Dead 3 for a full 10 day. And also, yeah, I've got a lead on where you might start as well if you're interested.
How about I just bring you a few heads?
Well, you can do that as well, but how do I know that they're the heads that are responsible?
How do you know they're not the heads that are responsible?
Yeah, exactly.
Shit.
But also, if you could also potentially just keep it in mind that we're also willing to offer another 500 gold pieces if you can find some of these drug dealers in the city. If you can, you know, do like a major drug bust, let's say, we'll give you another 500 gold pieces. You can find me. I'm usually at the Sea Tower.
Fine, Major.
Do you have anything else? Tip-wise? Where to start?
Yeah, so a few blocks from this gate, actually, there's a tavern called Elf Song Tavern. There's a woman named Tarina there. She often hangs out there. She's an informant of mine, and she owes me a favour. So you might start with her. Tell her you work for me, and kind of like looks around. He's like, I'll give you some badges actually in case you need to prove it, and in case any guards stop you. But yeah, you can ask her what she knows about the Dead 3. And she, I think she should have some information. But I will say, for the love of Baldur, be nice to her. Tarina has some dangerous friends. Just like takes a step back and like looks at you like a little bit intimidated. So what do you say?
Well. But that Hell Rider, by the end of this, you should release her.
Look, I mean, we just want to question them about what happened to the Grand Duke. That's all. So it's not like we're torturing them or anything, and I'm sure they'll be released in due time once we get to the bottom of all of this nonsense. But yes, of course, if you can help us get to the bottom of this nonsense, then, well, you never know what might happen. Anyway, just wait here a few minutes. I'll go upstairs and fetch some official badges. He like kind of turns around and like heads into this sort of like tunnel underneath the wall and like opens this door and runs up some stairs for a moment.
Well, he's gone. How many what is the guards around us, and which ones how close are they to the party so far?
There's like probably 2 or 3 immediately in your vicinity that are kind of standing around during this conversation, and then there's like several others several others standing around, like several of them are in like half plate and full plate, a couple in full plate.
Like Kenway just puts his shoulder on what was your character's name? I'm so bad with names. I'm so bad. Alina, and just kind of gives you a wink and kind of like more of a measure, like we will talk in private standing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give a glare at the party at some point and be like, all right, we need to discuss tact with people. I know they're bruisers and they're idiots, but like calling them monkeys and they don't treat us nicely, Probably hand in hand.
I only called him an
A
idiot.
little quieter.
I mean, it's not my fault they're sensitive and the truth hurts.
All right, so Captain Zodge emerges down these stairs again, kind of like slams this big wooden door behind him and comes over and distributes these kind of like what are they, just like brass badges to you. It's kind of like scratched up sort of old deputy badges. So I hereby deputise you. And yeah, like I said, if you want the reward money, come and see me at the Sea Tower. And but otherwise, I've got eyes in the city, so I wouldn't go causing too much trouble if I were you. And please don't go around spreading all these rumours about Baldur's Gate disappearing. It won't do anyone any good.
Very well.
Right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So
I believe we shall meet again.
I hope so. Anyway, enjoy your stay in Baldur's Gate and don't get shanked. Bit of a dangerous place.
Thank you very much.
Oh, my pleasure. Turtle person.
Rude.
His smile went to a more just serious. There, like that was all shits and giggles.
Until I got racist.
Yeah.
You're all racist.
I was not gonna lie, at the beginning I was like, "Are you the one that caused it?" I was like, "I don't know if that's racial profiling or that just being an idiot."
I think it was racial profiling. So yeah, you show your copper badges to these guards, and you can finally walk through the Basilisk Gate and into what's known as the lower city. And you can see right away this lower city is a veritable nest of rats and vipers. The lower city clings to the rocky slopes overlooking the Kyanthar River and hugs the foggy harbour known as Grey Harbour. As you've been told by some of the refugees, or Kenway and Marker, you would know as well, the upper city is in the north, where the local nobles, known as patriarchs, gaze down with veiled contempt upon the common rabble in the south side. As you enter the city, it's immediately apparent just how chaotic it is. This part of the lower city is known as the East Way, and given that it's the city's primary gateway to the outer city and the rest of Faerun and beyond, it clearly has a worldly sort of vibe. There's a profusion of inns, porters, and caravan supplies, catering to travellers or outer city bargain hunters, and the flow of people who look like they've never been here before makes it one of the most dangerous parts of the city, not so much because of outsiders, but just because local criminals prey on those unfamiliar with the city and who don't have local ties to avenge them. It reeks of blood, crime, and opportunity, and one can easily fathom why pirates and traders are so drawn to it. In Baldur's Gate, although it's predominantly a human city, it's not so uncommon to see tieflings walking around, although you might cop a little bit of racism. But you do catch the occasional stare, particularly with a party as diverse as yours. Many folk have never seen a turtle or a rat folk before. And what do you want to do? Actually, Marker, you have a map of Baldur's Gate in your possession.
I do.
I can show you that.
It reminds Marker of a place that he's been to before called Footscray.
What?
It's a place in Melbourne that's a bit rough.
Oh.
I was like, I'm lost.
That's okay.
And actually, there's also this bigger one, which is probably less useful, but you can kind of see like the outer area. So you've come from like up above Stony Eyes and into the Basilisk
Fuck, I
Gate
needed
there.
this like last campaign.
Yeah, it's like right at the back of the book, actually.
Oh, it's just like for the campaign I run, they did not have. I could not find anything
like any
close
map.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that's just because of my poor investigative abilities.
Should we head to the Elf Song Tavern then? See if Kenzie can swindle some drugs from some kids.
You can go anywhere. Just so you know.
Out of context, that sounds really bad.
Is there anyone in the like lower city that we could tell about the potential disappearing of Baldur's Gate that's like an official person and not just like spreading rumors?
She's already
people.
trying to spread rumors, just telling everybody she walks by.
Yeah,
By the way, the city's gonna blow up.
Listen, I want to just cause chaos. That's my total goal.
Have you put the bandana on yet, or?
Oh, I think only if we're approaching some cultists, Ethel can definitely pretend she loves murder and just be like, "Hello, I'm one of you."
Respect your cultist elders.
Murder.
Yeah,
Exactly.
She listens to murder podcasts in the library when she's supposed to be studying.
Like, wow, it's hard. It was hard to make it for so long in this cult without getting murdered yourself. You have to respect me. Like,
I'm
so
sorry.
there's like, sorry.
Go ahead. Okay, I was just gonna basically like refer to the people that have been here before. So I'll ask the group, is anyone familiar with Baldur's Gate and have like insider knowledge? Because you're probably the best person to direct us.
Do you want the good information or the bad information first?
I think both. We need the CD elements, if that's what you mean. So might as well give me the whole scoop.
All right, so the good information first. Got it.
So, okay, so Kenzie and Marka, you know that. So, firstly, you know that the Flaming Fist like run the lower city, and they they're like a large mercenary force, and they are controlled by the patriarchs who live in the upper city. It's like hard to get into the upper city. The upper city is kind of for rich people, and they kind of treat everyone else very poorly. And but you would know that like captain of the Flaming Fist is like very high up in terms of like the city's hierarchy. So like in order to speak to somebody higher, you would probably have to speak to like one of the patriarchs, or like one of the dukes. The Council of Four runs the whole city, and they control the Flaming Fist.
All that information is shared.
I'm just gonna like maybe like start coaxing people towards the tavern for now.
yeah, we could do that for now. I was just wondering, like, we can't get into the upper city as like deputies of the Flaming Fist, right? Like, we wouldn't be cool enough with our little badges.
So you can okay. So all of the Fist and the guards who control the upper city are called the Watch. All of these people are pretty corrupt, but so you can go to the upper city during the day. There's like a curfew for only the people that live there. Only rich people basically can stay there at night. But so you can theoretically get in there. You'd probably have to like pay off some guards or something, or yeah, your badges might help you. You'd have to go and see. But it's not like you can't go there.
We probably wouldn't be able to talk to anyone very cool, though.
Yeah, I think we should go to the Elfsong Tavern, touch base
Yeah.
with Tyrion and see where that takes us from there. Have a refreshment. Been on the road for like 10 days.
I hear sunshine is good.
You could get high.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hey, some of us our homes are gone, so you get through the days any way you can.
We all
Yeah.
just get really high and the campaign just ends there. We all just get high. We just want to chill with the drugs.
Die.
You just all become
Hated.
addicts.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Go to Lvl2 Tavern, get a lay of the land, maybe.
Elf Song Tavern? Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Alright, so you begin to head towards where Marcus shows you as Elf Song Tavern on the map. And I'm just going to get another little thing here. Okay. Oh. Sorry, bear with me.
We've had like a long rest since leveling up, right?
Yes.
We were on the road for a while. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
should I just roll my important rolls in the chat?
Yeah. Yeah, go for
Okay,
it.
sick.
So as you begin to, nice.
Wasting all your
nice.
good rolls.
Nice.
As you begin to walk towards Elf Song Tavern, where am I? Let me just see. Okay, so Alina and Ethel and Kenze and Marga. Okay, you're like walking through this crowd, and these two like shady individuals. I think like basically like Gennaro is the only. Oh no, Gennaro and Jean Lemore are like not paying attention. But the rest of you see these like two shady looking individuals kind of like basically like bump into a couple of you. And they're like, well, beg your pardon, sorry about that. And they kind of like quickly start to kind of like walk away through the crowd.
I'm gonna grab him.
Yeah, like so
Before
Alina,
you
like
walk away.
you notice this like glint of like of sunlight of something, and it looks like this person has like lifted something from you. So if you want to try to grab them, give me they're gonna try to get away if you try to grab them like through the crowd. Hold on, let me just yeah, so give me an athletics check as you like try to like grab onto this person.
If Marga noticed that as well, he'll definitely like go to grab them as well at the same time. So I guess offer an assistance as
Yeah,
well.
give-
My athletics is not good.
give me another roll. You can definitely have advantage. And you'll need to beat
Give
a.
strength. Yeah.
It's all right.
Yes.
Anyway, you like grab onto this person's wrist as they're like trying to get away with this item, and they kind of like look up. They're like, whoa, and they're like trying to like get out of your grasp.
I'm gonna flash my dagger from underneath my cloak and be like, "You're gonna return that."
Give me. I guess it's like very crowded, so it's probably not easy for these people to see exactly how many people you're traveling with. So maybe give me an intimidation check just to see what happens. All right. Yeah, this guy's like, he kind of like sees you like flash your dagger. He's like, beg your pardon. I must have accidentally hooked onto this item. I'm sorry. And he like drops this this item, which is what is it? What do you got? He took like something. He took some modest silver jewelry from you, and he kind of like drops it into your hand. He's like, honest mistake. Can I go now?
Tell your friends if they touch any of us, I won't hesitate to use this.
His eyes wide, and he's like, yeah, of course, I'll spread the word. Have a good day.
I'm gonna like throw his hand down.
We value our modest silver jewelry.
He kind of like goes off like mumbling about how what's modest to you might buy him like a week's worth of food, and you don't see him again as he disappears into the crowd. So you head over to Elfsong Tavern, and I guess I'll just take you to the map. As you enter Elfsong Tavern, you find yourself immediately enveloped by the heat and noise of a busy tap room. On one side of the entrance stands a hulk of a woman who's clearly got some orc or even ogre in her bloodline. On the other side of the door is an empty suit of armor. Not just ordinary armor, though, you realize, as the empty helmet moves to glance at you for a moment before returning its eyeless gaze to the tap room. The room itself is filled with a wide variety of patrons, all of which carry at least one weapon, and in some cases multiple weapons, while discussing and laughing loudly, or maybe engaging in hushed conversations in private booths. None of them take any particular interest in you, and you see a man and a woman serve the tables, while there's a middle-aged man standing behind the bar who kind of like gives you a slight nod as you enter the room.
Yeah, this looks like a Kensei sort of place.
Are you drunk already?
No, he is just overcome with euphoria.
Finally a tavern after like a 10-day of travel.
Yeah.
Good day. What can I get you?
Let's see, how much? What do you got in offer? Looking at my inventory, how much do I have? Okay, good. All right.
Mug of ale for 4 copper pieces. We've also got some rum. You look like a rum type.
That right there.
He like pours you a rum in a glass, and how much would a rum be? Like, that'll be 3 copper pieces.
I will. Do I have? Hold on, double checking real quick. Sorry.
You've easily
He
got
will.
enough.
He'll slam down a silver pieces. Like, I'll probably have a couple more cups before I leave.
Oh dear, thank you very much. I'll keep the drinks pouring.
Radio.
Right, so you guys just go over and like sit at this table, I guess. And you can see, oh, Marco like sat down next to this halfling here.
He's like, oh, wrong table. Alright. Kenzie, are you coming to sit down?
All right, if you want to be associated with me.
Not particularly.
Good point. Sit somewhere else.
All right, keep it flowing.
Of course. Pours you another one.
All right, as
Jean-Laur's dancing on tables?
he's making a way somewhere.
Maybe the podium. Jean Lemore?
Yeah, there is no real podium. Maybe this guy kind of like overhears you talk and he's like,
Sometimes when we get bards in, they move that couch over there. They kind of make that a little stage on the ground.
Is there a man sitting on it currently?
Oh, sorry.
Looks a little intoxicated?
yeah, you like look over
was
and you see
me.
this like dude that's kind of like lying on the couch and he's kind of like sort of like moving over like as if he's gonna like spew or something, but then doesn't spew and kind of move, kind of like moves back again. Ugh.
I'm gonna like make a like face of like, ugh.
But
I like that the couch is red.
there's something a bit weird about him actually. you kind of catch a glimpse of his eyes, and he's got like more like his eyes are like not just yellow but almost like golden, like kind of like almost radiating this like golden light. And he's got like, you can see these like veins on his arms as well that are almost like kind of, yeah, like a sort of a golden color kind of sticking out in his forearms. He looks like very strange, very like unwell.
I'm gonna go like lean over and be like, "Are you okay there, fella?"
He said that.
I'm gonna tilt my head and I did. I'm gonna like gently put my hand on his arm.
Kind of like looks at your hand, looks back at you, sort of like gives you this like big like toothy grin. He's like missing a couple of teeth. You see this like gold in his eyes kind of like shine out like towards you. It's like, have you got any sand? Any sunshine?
You mean?
Yeah, you got any?
Wow. No, my dealer moved out of town. So I was hoping you would know where I could get some. Because my turtle buddy over there is itching for some.
He kind of like lifts himself up a little bit and sort of like squints like he's trying to like focus on this like turtle on the other side of the room. He's like not sure if he's kind of dreaming or not. Like, what?
As I hear that, as Marco hears that, Alanis, Marco starts scratching the table with his claws.
Like, oh, yeah, he does look like he's got the old itch.
Yeah.
I don't know. I usually get mine from just some lads at the maiden statue.
What do they have any names? Do you know them?
Don't ask. I don't ask them. They just give me the sunshine and I pay them and go about our own separate ways.
That's fair. Oh, appreciate the info. Is there anything I can help you with aside from that? Because I'm fresh out.
No. I guess that's all.
Well, you rest then.
What about sunshine? Have you got any sunshine?
Fresh out. The girl he just knocks it back.
Kind of like lies back down and sort of goes to sleep.
You like pat him on the head and like walk away.
As a couple, at least one or two like things of rum go through, the barkeep, he kind of puts the cup back on the bar stand. He goes like, "Can you help me out with the little thing I'm trying to get, the lady I'm trying to find?" It's like Teresa, right? Is what we're trying to find.
Karina?
Terina?
Yeah.
I suck with names. I'm sorry.
He's like
a friend of mine.
Oh, certainly. Actually, Tarina's here at the moment. I saw her go upstairs. I think she's playing Baldur's Bones upstairs.
Gets one more thing of rum. Was like, if I am still alive by the end of this, I'm coming back.
Oh dear, is there going to be a? Oh, there he goes.
Oh no!
Oh, hello
what
again.
do you wish to?
Another rum?
I was going to let him finish the sentence. I'm sorry.
No, really, I was probably sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. Just, I don't know. Don't make too much of a mess. Kind of winks.
I can't promise anything.
And you get the impression this place is like, yeah, it's like there's probably like a lot of fights go on here, and nobody gives a shit.
Yay. As I'm like walking by my little group of parties, I just sort of like motion to like, I'm guessing these stairways goes up?
Yeah.
These ones?
Yep.
Alright. You know, he motions to like to the stairs and kind of like start heading up.
So, like, as you begin to head up these stairs, you can, like, hear this, like, commotion going on, like, upstairs, like, at the top of the stairs. And all of a sudden you see this elderly woman kind of come stumbling down the stairs. She's wearing, like, very colourful sort of bohemian silks and fabrics and, like, a lot of jewelry, like, gaudy necklaces and rings with, like, cheap gems in them. And she kind of sort of yells back up the stairs as she's kind of, like, stumbling down. She's like, "A fine lot you are, pushing an old woman down the stairs. Fools, too. I wasn't asking the all-seeing to help me cheat. I asked him to help me uncover the real cheater. Should be Tarina kicked off the table, not me." And then she kind of, like, goes to, like, squeeze past you. And, but as she does, actually, she kind of, like, glances at Ethel and sort of, like, looks away again and then kind of, like, does, like, a double take. And she's like, huh. Her, like, whole, like, countenance changes. She's like, "I see the eyes of Severus turning within you." And she kind of, like, looks around at, like, the whole party, sort of, like, does, like, another take, like, "Oh, all of you have a terrible journey ahead."
I figured it was just because Ethel
Preach
was
to the
old.
choir.
She reaches into a bag and she pulls out something. It's like a little piece of paper. She gives it to you, Ethel. She says, "Ethel," like she knows your name somehow. She's like, "Come see me at Sybil's palace if you want to know your future. Especially you, Ethel. I will do what I can to help you. But do bring that card back. They're very expensive."
Yeah, I'll take the card. And is she like leaving? Is that
Yeah, she's kind
like
of on her way
she's
out.
walking out?
She looks like quite drunk.
Okay, I'll keep this in mind. I tuck it in my pocket.
Okay. Yeah, she like heads out. And all right, so you.
Where
you,
did she say to meet her?
At
Sybil's palace.
Sybil's palace. Yeah, so, okay, so you're going to head upstairs, and I haven't put one of these little teleport things here, so I'll just actually replace you all up here. Bear with me. I don't know what order you came up in. Probably doesn't matter so much. Have I got everyone? There we go. Oh, okay. Alright, so you come up these stairs, and it's like kind of dim in here. There's like lit lanterns hanging from the rafters, and there's no windows, and there's like rugs covering all the floor. You figure probably to help dampen the noise from these like drunken patrons that are like gathered around these tables. There's these two large tables, and all of these patrons are like eating and drinking, and they're like rolling dice and kind of like throwing like gold on the table as you come in.
Kenzie, you motioned us up here. What's going on?
I'm not sure if I can hear you, Gennaro. I think.
Oh, yeah.
He's
I'm not
moving around.
speaking right now.
Oh, right. Okay. That'd be why.
I'd tell him if you couldn't hear him too.
I was thinking about whether to just join the game without knowing the rules or asking Ken how you play.
Pick a table and go have fun. That's what we're here for, anyway.
I guess I'll just step up and, yeah, just kind of introduce. Hello.
This lady here, she's got long red hair and she's dressed in a frilly white blouse, and you notice she's got like several gold teeth, and she's wearing actually quite expensive looking jewelry. She says, "Hello, have you come to play a game of Baldur's Bones with us?"
Yeah, why not? It looks like you have an extra spot at the table now.
Yeah, please take a seat. This guy's like, oh yeah, take a seat. She's like, do you know the rules?
Oh, no, I do not.
Well, she kind of like gets like this like grin on her face and this kind of, you see like a hunger in her eyes. And she says, well, I better explain them to you then. And she explains the rules of this game as being like this. So it's basically like blackjack, but with dice.
Ooh.
God, this makes me wish I picked the charlatan for the loaded dice.
Yeah, I'll play.
All right. Would anyone else like to play? These two people definitely want to play. Like, they each the three of them each put 2 gold pieces on the table.
I'm just sort of like kind of like behind my good friend as he sits down, and I just want to make sure that, going off of the previous kind of like outbursts of an old lady, he's going to observe and make sure that my good friend is kind of like doing well for himself and not in a rigged system of sorts.
Okay.
Trying to observe and make sure that, you know, someone doesn't roll consistently too much.
All right. You stand back and observe. And then, Gennaro, do you put 2 gold pieces in?
I do.
All right. So everyone will, let me see. I'll just play just between you and her, but we'll just say that the total gold is 8 gold pieces, just to make it quicker.
Cool.
So yeah, so roll 3d6. She'll roll 3d6. All right. She says, you're up first.
Ooh.
All right. She rolls a die, and you see on the table this like bone die kind of rolls, and Kenzo, you don't see anything strange, but it rolls a 6, and then she's like, oh, I think I'll roll one more time. She rolls the dice again, and you see it rolls a 1. She's like, right, that's 21. And
No, that's 20, I believe.
oh, did I miscount? 13 plus a 6.
Yeah, 13 plus 6
Oh,
plus
it's a
1,
20.
right?
It's a 20.
Not cheating.
Just because I can't count. Alright, it's a 20. And the other
Still
2 people
good,
roll. And they get like a 17 and a 14. And then so essentially she wins. I don't know if I stopped you if you wanted to roll again. I barely know how to play this
Yeah,
myself.
I would roll again.
Yeah, you can feel free to roll again. Whoa,
21.
Nice.
Oh!
All right. So you take the pot.
Hey.
Hey,
You see it,
beginner's
like-
luck. Oh, what's going on?
She's like, see, it's not rigged. She kind of like looks at like Kenzei, like watching suspiciously.
Yeah. Mark
with-
is also paying attention as well from his standing next to Gennaro.
Yeah, so you don't see anything that looks suspicious. But yeah, these other 2 people just kind of get really annoyed. This guy's like, oh bloody hell. This guy's like, not again. She's like, oh, would you like to play double or nothing?
Yeah, that sounds good. But, you know, I could walk away with my money right now. Could you maybe sweeten the pot with some information if we win again?
Information? What kind of information?
We're trying to run down a couple things. Anything about the town, the general, day-to-day things, sunshine, how the weather is, just something that is a little bit more.
That they don't put on the pamphlets for tourists.
There you go.
I'm just gonna roll my eyes, come over to the table, and like casually put down the badge.
Oh, you put down the badge. Okay.
Yeah.
She's kind of like,
Sunshine?
the weather. She looks a little bit confused. She's like,
Are you talking about that drug that's been going around?
and as she's saying that, she sees this badge on the table, and she kind of looks at you. She's like,
Oh, hello. What's this then? What, are you working for the Flaming Fist, are you?
I don't know. Are you Trina?
say that again?
Are you Trina?
I think it's Karina.
Karina?
Yeah,
God dang it, Kenzie.
My name's Tarina.
Rubbing off.
Gonna say.
That's right, I'm Tarina. Who's asking?
We were sent here from one of your friends. And then I tap on the badge again.
Right. So you're looking for information about what? Sunshine?
And cultists, if you have it.
Cultists? Huh. She's like, well, look, I don't know anything about the drug myself. Try speaking to Yerkin. I think he uses that stuff. He's usually on the couch downstairs. As for the cultists...
Ah, yeah.
And as she's about to say something, the everyone in the room stops as you hear this kind of disembodied voice begin to sing this melody. Maybe if Kenzei or Marka kind of know anything about El Song Tavern, or maybe if you can gather it from the name, it got its name from this kind of a ghost that haunts the tavern, that periodically sings this song about her long lost lover. And you hear this very beautiful elf song kind of reverberate throughout the tavern now. But strangely this time, and a lot of people are very shocked to notice this, it doesn't actually involve a story about a lost lover this time, but it sings a song instead about Elturel, which has these lyrics, which I'm not going to sing. Does anyone want to sing them?
Come on now.
Oh, sing a song of Elturel. And everyone kind of pauses for a moment to listen to this. It's sort of the thing to do here. But as this song kind of comes to a conclusion, everyone starts getting back to their drinking and rolling of dice. And Tarina kind of looks at you and says, sorry, what were you saying? Cultists? Yeah. Look, how about you play a couple games of Bowler's Bones with me, and then we'll see what I know about cultists. But as she says this, you hear this commotion from downstairs now. And somebody has kind of entered the tavern. You can tell from downstairs. You hear all these kind of chairs moving and all of these shouts and stuff. And you hear this Yar, where be Tarina? Show me her whereabouts, and I will take my revenge on her. And you hear all this kind of these loud footsteps banging around down there, and various people talking. And then you hear these footsteps kind of begin to come up the stairs, and you can hear multiple people coming up the stairs. And Tarina's Tarina kind of looks at you. Sorry, Tarina looks at you and she's like, "Oh, bloody hell! If you want this information, you're gonna have to keep me alive." Sorry, what did you want to say?
I yell, Kenzie, stairs.
I just look at her and it's like, I wanted it in writing, damn it. As I assume, like, with a moment when someone just, like, runs up angrily, just wham!
What, you're just going to hit them as they come up?
Kick him. Kick him down. Like,
There's just gonna
Spartan
be
kick.
like,
All right. Okay. In that case, let's roll for initiative.
oh, okay. I was just
And-
gonna get up here when I can do it.
Damn.
Basically, there's like a whole. You see down the stairs. There's like several like pirates running up the stairs, and actually, you recognize this guy as he comes up, just as you hit him. You've actually had dealings with him in the past, and you know that he's a very cunning and untrustworthy, and also very nasty and aggressive pirate. His name's Deadeye, and you kick him in the head. And so let's roll for initiative.
Sick.
That's for Buckingham Shore, Deadeye!
Apparently my initiative.
Bear
Oh,
with
I'm
me.
just blonde. It's fine.
Oh, Jesus! Oh, and for some reason... Oh, okay. I thought for some reason I saw unknown creature and it just said 1614 and I was like, oh, there's a lot of them here.
There are a lot of them.
Has it done the right thing? Maybe I've.
Oof. What is wrong with my... What the hell?
oops.
5.16.
No, that looks about right. Okay. And let me see. Because if you're gonna like just kind of hit him, so yeah. So these
how do
guys. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, how do I roll for my cat? Is it just
Sorry, I didn't put it in the initiative order probably.
Oh no, it's okay.
Wow, a lot of people got really low. Jesus.
Yeah, mine's
Yeah.
+8, by the way.
I love the decimal for the initiative. It's interesting.
Okay. Bear with me. I'm just trying to work out. Yeah, you. Okay, so this guy, he doesn't like see you coming when you go to kick him in the head. But make me a stealth check anyway. Because like I mean he's gonna see you like as you emerge at the top of the stairs and go to get a kick. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I know. It's just I'm laughing at the stealth aspect of it all. Yep, that's what I expected.
Wow.
why with Oh,
I
is
am
it your
wearing heavy armor. I'm wearing heavy armor, so I am loud and proud.
Yeah, so he would like hear somebody like clink 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 like over to the top of the stairs as you like go to kick him in the head, and I'm gonna say like you're not gonna get you don't surprise him. He's kind of like able to sort of like move out of the way as you try to do that.
You need to lose some weight, Kenzie.
It's
alright.
lead. I'm big boned and I am wearing metal armor. Forgive me for being clink clink clink.
You don't
So-
normally have a problem fighting naked.
15, 20, 25,
Exactly.
30. This guy's going to come over here, and he's going to
Oh, here comes the advantage part of this combat.
swing his
Or not the
scimitar at
advantage,
you.
the flanking.
Plus 1. But misses.
Alright, 16 will not hit. Thankfully.
This guy would be another step behind, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So he can get to here. And he'll get the same benefit. Swing at you with his scimitar. Misses. Jean Lamore, what would you like to do?
Let me see. I'm gonna viciously mock the captain, Deadeye. Let's see, Deadeye. Deadeye, more like Stupid head eye.
You'll have to try harder than that.
And bonus action bardic inspo for Kenzei. Yeah.
Yep, I'm gonna need it to get through this log of piratry.
I think you stole the amulet, so maybe you can hit something.
Exactly.
All right.
Actually, that's a.
This guy's
Oh,
going
wait a second. I
to.
think I'm supposed to be in the initiative somewhere around here. Somehow Ethel has disappeared.
Oh, sorry.
Unless I'm wrong and she's there and I'm just blind.
No, I probably didn't. Did you? You didn't roll for it?
No, I did roll, and I thought I saw me show up, but now it doesn't look like I'm in there.
Oh, okay. Sorry. What was your roll? Where are you, Ethel?
Yeah.
Do you know what you
I
rolled?
think I got a 16.
0.14, yeah.
Okay, I'll just roll it, but then I'll change it. Where are you?
Oh, good.
16.
Glad you did.
Sorry, do you mind changing mine to 11 as well? So I.
Sure. Okay, so you're next, Ethel, which means this guy is still down the bottom of the stairs. And Gennaro, you're 11. Why are they decimals? I don't know why that is.
It's sometimes if you tie, then it's a good way to like make it one versus the other. I know the program
Right,
does
it's
it
like their decks or something?
Yeah, it's a way for them not to tie.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use it's my turn, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I was gonna use magic missile on the three guys right at the top of the stairs. So guy and this guy.
Okay. So just one on each?
Yep.
Oh, so just hit the damage button.
Yeah, I got it. I think.
Sweet.
Oh, a
So
beautiful one.
3 damage to each. These blue darts fly across the room from the couch. Just like hit each of these pirates as they're like running up the stairs and trying to surround Kenzei. And suddenly they realize that there are many other individuals in the room, perhaps, who want to fight them. One of them being an old woman. Anything else?
Yeah, very scary old woman. And no, I think that's it.
All right. Okay, so now this guy is going to dash up to here, and by the way, oh yeah, Kenzei, you can take an op attack on him as he runs by. That one.
Oh, gladly. Yes, please. Inventory, my weapon. Hiya!
Nice. That definitely hits.
Damage. Normal.
Awesome. You smash him on the back of the head as he runs up the stairs, and
What?
regrets trying to like run past you like that. And now it's your turn.
Alright. I'm going to focus my attention on Deadeye.
All right.
Let's go with just a normal hit. Yeah, attack. Normal. 13?
13 does not hit. He kind of like dodges out of the way, and your like Kanabo just goes like crunch into the side of the wall, and all of these like pieces of like brick and paint kind of like get chipped off.
Is that plus one amulet onto that, or is that also like a plus one on top of that one?
Say that again.
Don't you have an amulet to plus one for attacks? Oh no,
no.
sorry. Oh no, that's the 10. You can take. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I ignore rolling to make it just a straight 10.
Cool.
Before I will go down, I will then use my bonus action and I think I will inspire Elena. Well, not inspire, my bad. That's the wrong thing. I will rally Elena and to kind of like more details. Can I click on the die roll here? Okay. No. Alright. And to kind of like we'll see how the roll goes before I type in. I gotta. All right, excuse me as I punch in numbers real quick.
All right.
Oh, that plus 2. See if this works. Not bad. All right. Kind of like, come on, lassie, let's put this tavern fight one to remember. As you get 6 temporary hit points.
Who was that to? Sorry.
Me.
Elena.
Elena.
Our-
Okay.
Our little Miss Chaos.
Don't have a condition for it. But...
Yeah.
Oh, it's just temporary hit
Yeah.
points. Oh, but it also
Yeah,
gives
temporary
you.
hit points.
Does it do anything else?
That's it. It's just temporary hit points.
Okay, sweet.
I'll take it. Last time I got too close to too many people. I was real close to death.
And yep, this is where I'm gonna stay.
All right. Cuts them.
I think the cat is just going to move over and give the help action to anyone attacking Deadeye. So just right here.
Okay.
That's
Help
it.
action. All right. This bandit is going to push past, come up to here, turn around, and swing at you again, Kenzie.
Does Kenzie get an opportunity attack?
No, because he didn't move
no,
out of
he-
range.
And that will just hit, actually.
All right.
Alright, so.
All right. So he like
I will
slashes
take
you like
5
on the side of the
fire if I figure out how.
on the side of your arm as he runs by. And so Deadeye now, he's just like come up these stairs, like coming after Tarina, and he's seen you, he recognizes you, and then you've just immediately tried to kick him and then like swung a Kanobo at him. He's like, Yar! Why attack me? Yar! He's like, your old mentor, Ronan Kenway's been looking for ye. I'll tell ye where he is if you stop attacking me and you help me kill this traitorous Tarina. And,
Please, it's easy to find fucking Ronan. All you have to do is just yell out Rum's here and he'll come a-running.
and I've just sent you a private message as well.
Yep.
And he's going to hold an action to basically, if anyone in the room attacks him other than Tarina, then he will attack you, Kenzie, with his scimitar.
Okay.
And okay, this guy is going to come up here and probably just stay there.
Another one.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
He's going to try to fire a crossbow at you, Kenzie. It's going to be hard to get past this guy in front of him. Completely misses. This guy's like in that like same patch of wall that you smashed off. And Gennaro.
So I'm going to cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
All right. I feel like I have a thing for that, but maybe not.
And I'm literally just going to step to the table, wink at Tarina, roll 3 dice, and then kind of just ready myself for the oncoming horde. And then my turn.
So what are the 3 dice, sorry?
I was just joking, like I was still playing the game.
Oh, right. Gotcha. I'll never stop gambling. All right, this guy's going to come running up here. He's also going to try to lean past this pirate and fire his crossbow at Kenzie, which is going to be very difficult. Nope, completely misses. And you just hear this like, this is like somebody else like down the bottom of the stairs who like can't get up. Alina.
What are these like here, like where this pirate's standing, like the one at the bottom of the stairs? What's that? Is that like railing?
Yeah, so that's like a railing. You can see through it, and you can see this guy at the top of the stairs. And this guy, you can probably just see the top of his head, and you probably can't see this guy.
Like if I ran to the railing and I headshot this guy with my rapier. Just like dash over and like stab him in the head.
Yeah, you can do that. Seems reasonable.
So are you going like for like this guy or this guy?
No, I'm killed that one, the bottom one.
Okay.
Aim for his head.
Also, like several of these people are like, "Ah!" like running away. Ah!
Wow, yeah, solid.
Oof. That's
yeah,
actually.
that definitely hits.
Oh, I thought I rolled a 1.
I thought so too, but I didn't.
Nice. You run over to this railing and like lean down and just go like shoot with your rapier straight into the top of this guy's head, and it actually goes into his head, and you see it like kind of going down like through the skin on the side of his head, and it like chops like right through his ear, and like all of this blood is just like gushing down the side of him, all over his clothes and everything, and he just like cries out in alarm and kind of like stumbles back into the wall like, "Ooh!" But he's not quite dead, even though you've like missed major arteries, but there's blood everywhere, and you've nearly killed him.
I do have a question. Since the cat is right here, does this technically make it so that she has sneak attack because the cat is like within technically 5 feet of this guy?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm so bad at remembering that. You basically have to babysit me.
So while he's like struggling to stand and his eyes like wide and he's, "Ooh!" you just like stab him like through the bars of this railing, like straight in the neck, like, and he just like goes limp.
And he fall on the other one.
He like falls backwards, yeah, onto like the guy behind him who like has to kind of like try to stay upright
Make
and
it
actually,
Dave.
yeah, I'll
Breaks
make a
the
dex save.
He's trying to prop up his dead friend, and we're just like, yes.
All right,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you watch as that guy like falls backwards, like
Come on, domino effect!
yeah. I was just gonna say I'll give that a go. We'll see what happens. He falls backwards, and the guy behind him, then like tries to catch him, and he also like falls over backwards as like this pirate and this like corpse come like flying back down the stairs, and they both like roll like down the stairs, like they're both prone.
Can't even imagine what the people downstairs are like. What the fuck?
The patrons
we are like
thinking,
we are like stepping into like a fucking never mind. I can't do the joke because I can't remember the dude's name. I hate my life. I can't remember names for the life of me.
Hive of scum and villainy is the only thing that comes to
not
mind.
make a mess.
Yeah,
Well-
it's too late for that. There's a big
Now
mess of
there's
blood on the
bodies
stairs.
everywhere.
I also did say I will not make any promises.
Actually, I didn't put Tarina in the initiative. I'm just going to put her in there now. She kind of like stands up in surprise and like draws a scimitar.
I think I'm good
anything
with
else?
my turn now.
All right, Marco.
Mark is going to make his way over to Kenzei into that position and attack that part there with his quarterstaff.
All right, go for it. And you got the +1.
+1. Now, I'm going to attack, but I'm not sure if it's two-handed or not. Anyway, we'll work it out later.
Oh, this is this
no,
thing
sorry.
where you had this like +0, and last time I had like
no.
a
Yeah.
I had like a
That's all
random
good.
brain malfunction, and I was like, I think I added your proficiency bonus to your damage because I was like, why do you have a +0? Anyway,
Yep, that's all good. And
but so
the damage.
that definitely hits.
Yep.
Yeah, so you have a +0 on your damage.
Yeah, I think my
know
strength
what
is
that
+0.
Oh, I don't know why. It was just like it just threw me last time, and I was watching the video of it, and I was like, "What? You don't add like proficiency to your damage?" I don't know. Anyway, but you can add a +1 to this Wait, how did we say flanking works? Is it the damage gets a +1 or the
Plus
attack?
one to the the attack roll.
The attack roll. Okay, sweet. I can't DM. Okay, you do 6 damage to this guy. You like whack him on the head, and you nearly like
Don't worry.
you nearly knock him out. You get the impression. He's like, "Ooh."
Don't worry. If it gets too bad, I'll take over.
You might have to. All right. This guy's like, he has the exact same voice as his boss. He's like, but he's like a little bit smaller. Yarr! Tell the boss! Stop fighting us! I thought you were Deadeye's friend! And as he says this, he doesn't hold his action, which reminds me, actually. And he strikes you and misses. But Deadeye's reaction went off, so he is still going to hit you with his scimitar as well. And that hits.
Yep, that hurts.
So 7 slashing. And this guy like turns to see this turtle who's just run over and just whacked him on the head with this quarterstaff. And he just like reacts, just like a little bit sort of like disoriented, just sort of like swings out wildly, like trying to hit you and just completely misses. Jean Lamont.
Okay, Jean is going to 1, 2, 3, 4.
I would also
5,
like to state that after that one attack, Kedway is like bloodied. Ow.
Jean was on the top of the table and he's like, "Stop, my friends! This pirate here seems to be not wanting to attack us, but Turina, I don't know why. Maybe we can just talk this out."
All right. Anything else? Do you want to hold an action or anything?
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Maybe hold a vicious mockery. Hold a vicious mockery against this Deadeye guy in case he continues.
I don't think you can hold a full. Can you hold a leveled spell like that?
Vicious mockery. It's a cantrip.
Oh, it's a. Can you? I don't even remember if you can do that.
Oh,
Can you do that, guys?
I don't know. I don't know.
So spells gets interesting because if it is not a cantrip, okay. So cantrip wise, if you could hold it as like a normal action, you can do, but as long as you set the parameters of what triggers it, spells get a little bit more complicated. As even if you don't cast it, if the triggers for the held action don't meet, you still technically, if I remember the rulebooks, is you still lose the spell level for it.
Yeah.
Since like casting, like repairing it, like costs the spell level.
I remember that. And you've also got to concentrate on it the whole time while you're holding it as well.
Yes.
So yeah, if somebody hits you while you're concentrating,
okay.
you lose it. And yeah, you lose it anyway, even if the action doesn't go off, because you've like already cast it and then you're kind of holding it there. I remember that. But yeah, I mean, it's just a vicious mockery, so it's obviously not going to burn a spell slot. So yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
But what is going to trigger you using vicious? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, in case Deadeye attacks one of us.
Okay. And Tarina kind of like looks back at you, like, "What the fuck?" As you say this, as you make this speech. All right, Ethel.
I guess I'll prepare to, fire bolts. This guy, it's not highlighting. That guy right there. If, I guess if Deadeye continues attacking, then I'll shoot a firebolt off of that guy. But that's it.
Sounds good. You kind of like hold your hands together and produce this like ball of flame there. It's like, just like holding it there, like looking at this guy menacingly. He's like, and it's his. He kind of like looks at you, looks over at Deadeye, looks at Marker, beating the shit out of this bandit, and he's also going to hold an action, which will be to Probably to hit marker. It looks like he's kind of like preparing to hit marker, but he's kind of unsure about what to do for a moment, so he doesn't do anything immediately. Kenzie.
First off, before I go into any hasty actions, I'm going to use my bonus action to
Second wind.
Second wind.
Yep.
You know it. You love it. Healing. Roll.
Nice.
All right. So I will apply not damage, healing. All right, cool. And can't say looking around, seeing a lot of like unified like extra confusion. Just looks like, oh fuck this, and I'm just gonna hit him.
Was a Mexican standoff?
Yep. Well, he hit me last turn. I'm like, no, I'm gonna hit this son of a bitch. All right, so
And you got the help action.
thankfully is an advantage.
Nice, that's a hit.
Cool. Damage. Normal.
Oof.
Whack.
Smash him like right in the chest. The wind goes out of him like, oh.
All right, so I have a quick inquiry about the item that we just discussed about. Let me go find it real quick. So, if I can pull it up, thank you. So Clockwork Amulet says I ignore the roll. So if I use it, say, on an attack, but I still have the inspiration points, can I use the inspiration points, or does that dictate if I roll on a d20?
Well, I'm not quite sure what you mean.
So
you just say, basically, it just says that you get 10 on the die when you make the attack roll, but you're saying you also have inspiration from Bardic Inspiration. Yeah. Are you just saying, can you add that to that 10?
Yeah, because it like says it just replaces the die roll with the 10.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah.
Okay. So I am then going to burn Action Surge. His ability.
Sweet.
And then I'm going to make an attack. I will pull it up on there. Use the Clockwork Amulet, so it's a flat 10.
Yep.
I think I still add the bonus? Is that how this works?
I mean, yeah, because it just says the 20, the D20. You get, it says specifically you get 10 on the die. Yeah. So yeah.
So it becomes a 15. I'm going to use it just in case. So I will burn the inspiration.
That's more powerful than it first appears.
So it's a total 16.
That hits.
All right.
Awesome.
And then we'll do damage.
Wait, so that's the inspo. Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
11 bludgeoning. All right. He's like just like breathing in again after you've like hit him in the chest the first time. Like you hit him again in the chest. Like he like coughs up like some blood like comes out and like hits you like on your shoes like.
Yeah. So I look at him and I say, I could keep going all day, and you haven't gotten to Teresa yet. Are you sure that this blood-filled vengeance is this worth it? Well, do ya?
Yar, it's Tarina. No, he doesn't reply. It's not his turn.
Yeah.
All right, Cat's turn.
Cat's gonna do the same thing.
Way to end the session.
Just the help action on Deadeye.
All right. Okay. Also, when you hit this bandit up here, he's going to unleash his scimitar attack on Marker, and he hits for 4 slashing. And then this guy is going to attack you, Kenzie, but he misses. And Deadeye is just like, "You're once a pirate, always a pirate. Fine, I'll have to kill ye." And he's going to attack with his scimitar. And hit.
Yep.
6 slashing. And follows with a second swing of his scimitar.
Oof.
Misses. Then his left hand like kind of shoots out and he tries to stab you under the armor with a dagger as well, and misses. Janara.
Can I use my prepared action?
Yes. Yeah. Everyone.
Sick.
Also, Jean Lemore. All right. Jean Lemore, you were aiming at Deadeye, right?
Yes. Yes. You stupid pirate.
Again, not offended at all. Yar, I've been called many names. I care not for ye and your petty insults. Ethel, you definitely hit this guy with your firebolt.
Nice.
And yeah, his like kind of back and arm like goes up in fire as he's like trying to attack Marker with this scimitar, and he just cries out like ah! He's like trying to pat it out, but he doesn't quite go down. So yeah, sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna be like a teen texting and driving. My eyes are gonna dart from the game table to the carnage to the game table to the carnage, and I'm gonna basically say, Tarina, you haven't gone yet, and I'm gonna roll another d6. So I'm at 12 now, and I think I'm gonna cast Mind Sliver on one of these bloodied ones. You'll go top to Maka there.
Alright, this guy. Nope. Not very intelligent. Oh, sorry, the damage was the 4. I thought that was his intelligence. He's just intelligent enough, apparently.
Okay, and then yeah, I'll end my turn.
Alright. Okay, Tarina is...
skip 3. Yeah, there you go.
She kind of standing up and like backing away with a scimitar. She's gonna like use just like an object interaction to like she's like still like holding these 3 dice, so she just like throws them out onto the table like. And then she is going to. Oh shit! She already used her object interaction. She can't pull out a crossbow. All right. She realizing the silly mistake she's made, she takes note of the 14 and she kind of like backs away over here with this half-orc fellow. And this bandit down here is going to like, you see him kind of like climbing up and like sort of like shaking off this dead bandit from him. He's like, oh, Dennis, I'm going to miss him.
Dennis!
Stands up, comes up here, doesn't really see anywhere that he can go. I guess he's going to... He was already holding his crossbow, so he's going to try to take a shot at... actually at Alina, because you killed Dennis. Oh.
So it would be at disadvantage, because it's technically within 5 feet?
Yeah. Okay, disadvantage. Makes sense. Is he full of rage, or is he just distracted by the death of his friend Dennis? He's distracted.
What a tragedy.
His special friend.
I'm derailing the rest of the campaign to bring Dennis back to life.
He will not be missed. He will not be missed.
This guy like gets up, he runs up the stairs, he kind of like kicks Dennis out of the way. He's like, I fucking hate Dennis. And he's gonna shoot a light crossbow at Kenzie. This is like not gonna hit yet, doesn't it? Okay, Alina.
Would that be like a half, like 3/4 cover right there?
Yeah, I was probably gonna say it was. I sort of realized that I was like, yeah, it's probably full cover. Really, I don't think he can. I mean,
there's like a conga line of people. And he's gonna help for the Hail Mary.
Yeah, I mean, like technically, you draw these lines from like the corner. He can like hit 2 of yours, so he's got So you'd have like half cover, but like there's multiple people in front of him, so it doesn't make that much sense. But anyway, he completely misses.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't learn from Dennis's mistake, and I'm gonna attack him again.
There's like tears in his eyes as he looks up at you. He's like struggling with this crossbow, like. Yep, you just stab him like straight in the face.
So remember sneak attack.
All right. Okay, so 5 damage plus your sneak. All right, he kind of like dodges out of the way. You like take off like a huge chunk off of his cheek. He's like, "Ah!" Anything else?
And that's all I got.
All right, Marco.
Continuing to use the staff with it two-handed. That.
Misses.
No worries. That's it for me.
All right. This guy is going to swing at Kenzei. Misses. This guy is going to swing at Margo. And hits. For 4 slashing damage. You like swipe at him and he like ducks and he's just like shoo, gets you like across the stomach. Jean Lemore.
Mary Bell. Okay, so he's gonna cast Distant Whispers at the pirate captain, at Deadeye.
He hates love songs.
The only thing Deadeye and Kenway have in common.
Well, good thing I'm just targeting him.
Whoa. Yeah, he just like squints in pain as this like love song just like pierces his ear and like racks his brain, and he just immediately is just filled with this overwhelming urge to just get the fuck out of there. He just doesn't want to hear this anymore. And he is able to 25, 30. He runs down the stairs, pushing past these people like with just this like terror in his eyes.
Attack of opportunity?
Yeah,
Ooh.
of course. And I think, Elena,
and
you can also take an attack of opportunity.
Yes.
Stabby.
All right, so who gets the help then?
Oh, yeah.
Well, with your success lately.
I'm going to say you, Kenzei, because you are first in the initiative order.
Okay.
I don't know. Yep, that hits.
Nice.
6 bludgeoning. 18 hits. Man, that was a...
It is technically sneak attack as well, because...
Yep. Because it's a different turn, technically.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. This has been, not a good moment in his life.
Does he fall down the stairs
one
and take
hell
a
of-
breath?
No, he doesn't fall down the stairs. But you've done a
He
lot of
trips
damage
over
to him.
Dennis's body.
He leaps over
That's what's
Dennis's
for
body.
Dennis.
But he's definitely bloodied as he leaps. And it's not a leap of joy or glee, but a leap of pain and disgust and disturbance. Anything else, Jean Lemore?
Does anyone look particularly hurt on our team that I can tell?
You can
Or
see that Marka and Kenzei Kenway are both pretty bloodied.
Okay, well, I think I will send a healing word bonus action to Marka.
Sweet.
Wait, thank you, Jean Lemore.
Oh,
All right, Ethel. Are you just like still
does
sitting on the couch? Like, have you even stood up from the couch?
Oh yeah, no, Ethel is like fully reading her book, occasionally shooting off a fireball. You know?
She's tired and old.
She's
It's all right.
Couch, like,
Yeah,
taking cover, like,
listen.
using her arm as a gun, like, fire!
Wearing her
My
gang
knees
bandana.
hurt. All right, I'm tired. But does it look like these guys are gonna stop fighting now that their leader has run away in fear, or are they gonna keep coming at us?
Well, he more ran away in disgust I said terrified, but he was just not exactly. Well, yeah, I guess you don't know, but you don't see any indication in the heat of the moment that these guys are going to relent or capitulate.
Okay, then I'll use another magic missile on all three of the bloodied ones.
Okay. Nice. That's going to do some damage. This guy just... He goes down. He's like patting his arm, trying to get this fire out, and then this like blue bolt just like hits him in the face, and he just falls over right like into this guy. And this guy he also dies as he's like taking a swing at Marker. This bolt just like flies like towards Marker, but then like arcs like around him, and then like hits this guy from the side, like screeches over this cat, strikes him in the side. And this guy, this one also just like flies past like Alina's shoulder and like just goes down the stairs, and you just hear this like, whoa, as this guy like is also killed on the stairs. And you hear this like, you see like falls down the stairs.
I want to like leave
Ethel
her
barely
wave
looks
over
up
the
from her
railing.
book.
Say again.
I just said like Ethel barely glances up from her book. She's like reading. It's like, oh, shoots out a spell, goes back to it.
How to Kill is the title.
Triple kill.
All right.
Yeah, and that's it for me.
Kensei, the battlefield has been
All right,
changed drastically.
Yes, it is, and it's thankfully I'm gonna move over here so people stop getting the flanking on me. I am then going to immediately strike at this guy right here.
All right. I don't think I was even remembering the flanking, but
I was worried.
that hits.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, he just like falls back into that wall. Like, yeah, you hear this crack. It's like probably like shattered like multiple ribs.
Before Kenway ends his turn, he goes, I always know a good bar fight is where you get to know someone and kind of look Pat's Mac on the back. Glad you had my back.
Cat's turn.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move the cat over here. I don't think I can move it diagonally to here.
Okay.
So, yeah, and then just give the help action on this guy who's still alive.
Left or right?
Oh, I guess the one right in front of me.
Okay. And all right, this guy's just been like seriously wounded, and he kind of like tries to push himself back off this wall and just like lunges forward with his scimitar. And completely misses. And then you hear this like, Yar, that damn love song has finally stopped. 20, 25. I'm gonna say he can't really go anywhere other than that, so he's just gonna run up here and he's going to strike at Kensei. And hit.
That'll hit.
For 7 slashing, and he's gonna follow with a second swing, which misses, and then try to go for the dagger again. All right, Jannar.
All right.
All right, he's going to pick up a dice with one hand and point it to Rena and say, this counts, and roll the dice at her, basically, so that he can hopefully take above that 14. Yeah, I have now 15, so, and I'm a little despondent that Ethel has been very much more efficient than I have, and I run towards here and stab at him.
That hits. All right. Stab him through these bars. Just as easy, like swinging at Kensei, you come out of nowhere. He's like, ugh! And he's looking like very bloodied now. He didn't feel like he's got very long to go. Tarina kind of like seeing that the tides of the battle seem to be like turning around a bit, she's gonna like creep forward a little. And what did she have? 14.
I have 15. She has 14.
Yeah, she's gonna roll. Yeah, she's gonna roll this die that she's got in her pocket. And,
Well, I rolled one towards her feet too, so she picked that one up.
All right. Well, she's got this one in her pocket, and she like rolls this die, and she gets a 6. It's like this bone die that she was using before, and after she does that, she kind of like grins, and then she's gonna try to. She pulls. Oh fuck! She I did it again. She used the object interaction to throw a dice, so she can't like. Oh well. Okay. This guy's gonna come up, running up the stairs. He's gonna try to like reach up and try to stab Alina like through these bars. He's gonna have a hard time of it though. Like you've got like it's kind of difficult. It's fairly well. He's quite a way down the stairs, so he misses. Alina.
I take 3. This guy's getting a shot.
Is this Deadeye or the pirate?
Oh, the guy that just tried to touch my legs. I don't like when they try to touch my legs.
That gets him.
And don't forget to sneak it. There we go.
I'm getting there. I won again. Rip.
All right. Bloody, but not yet dead. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, Marco.
Cool. Continue to use the quarterstaff on that one.
I feel like Maka is just in a repeated motion of just kind of
Yeah.
like two-handed escaping. It's just like overhead, wacka, 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 wacka.
That's it.
Blunt barrage of. Whoa, nice.
Crit hit.
That'll definitely do it. You just like whack him in the chest where he's already got these broken ribs, and you just like see his like eyes go dead. You've like stopped his heart like straight through his chest, just like oof. He just like dies like instantly and just collapses.
Yeah. Bar fights are very invigorating. For Marco, he's a many.
This guy is going to. He's going to scimitar. I guess Kenzei. And miss. Okay, Jean Lemoore.
John Moore is going to viciously mock the bloodied guy beneath the captain. So the one that Alina tapped.
Okay. I'm going to actually say that you probably can't see him from where you are.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just do Deadeye, saying, you probably loves your mother. Your little mommy's boy.
He's like, Yar! Who doesn't love their mother?
Damn it.
Chandler Moore, we talked about this. We need you to get you a drawing board.
I know.
Too kind.
I just haven't been inspired yet.
Maybe
All right.
give yourself some bardic inspiration.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have it from the bard.
Oh dear.
There was talk of like multi-classing Kenway into a bar just to like kind of like harass people.
Very effective. Would be. I guess that'll be my turn.
Okay. Ethel.
Cool. I'm gonna firebolt this guy in the corner.
Sweet. And have advantage. That's a hit.
Nice.
5 fire damage. Not enough to take him out, but he's looking pretty crisp.
Okay, that's it.
Kensei.
I'm going to go for Hail Mary and go to see if I can end him. But who?
I feel like you should crit on that, and I'm just gonna use one of the 20 important roll that I got. Just feel like you should do that. You should just crit.
Yeah,
just
do it.
Come on, big
Just crit.
head. Crit, just crit.
That's how it looks at like Ethel using important rolls. Like she just.
Okay.
Dirty, but imagine if you did crit. That would have been fantastic.
No, I said I wanted to use my important roll. That was what I was saying for the attack roll.
Right.
Oh.
To just make
so
him
did
crit.
I technically have a...
Yeah, I gave you a crit. That's what I was saying. I feel like you should crit.
Oh,
Here's a important roll.
because you rolled a 20 before. Did you?
I rolled a 20 earlier. That's why I said I should use my 20 that I rolled earlier.
Nice, all right. Nice. You guide Kensei as he swings and crits.
Oh, are you
Yeah, that's why I rolled my important rolls earlier. That's what I was talking about.
Okay. I thought. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought.
No, I wasn't just like heckling you to crit.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Okay.
Like, just crit. Like, how hard? Just do it. Like,
I'm sorry. For the life of me, I thought you were like the Order of the Scribe, like wizard. So yeah, I'll definitely.
I even said I should use my roll.
I'm sorry.
You gonna have a conversation in mid-combat or kill me?
you kill him.
Okay.
How do you kill him? What happens?
As I kind of like looking back at Deadeye, kind of like, yeah, of course I love my mother. Who doesn't? It's just like, feel free to die if you had enough. And I just bring up my Kanabo and just smash it into his fucking face. Good. Now you're double Deadeye.
And you see as like his other eye just pops as you like hit him in the face and like smash like the whole front of his face. It just like implodes. It's like he's really like now he's like dead face, and actually he's just dead eye, and he just like falls backwards into this guy's arms, and this guy also is like ah, and he's gonna run away. So Alina and Gennaro, you can like take a shot at him. I mean it's not his turn, but he can't do that. He intends to do that. Oh, he does that, and he dies.
You get a crit. You get a crit. You get a crit.
I'll just heckle everyone into critting. You should crit.
So, kind of like with the captain dead, I just sort of like bring over now the bloodied kind of like weapon and just sort of like point it kind of like at this guy in the corner and go like, "You want to go? I'll show you to your maker."
Yeah, you don't let me see. Yeah, I mean, he's like pretty terrified in this situation. I won't like make you roll or anything. But he's going to well, we'll see what he does. Cat's turn.
Mm-hmm.
Can the cat just help with the intimidation by just really hissing at him a lot?
Yep. But you can see that he's like, thoroughly terrified, Gennaro.
Yeah, Gennaro is pretty much checked out of this combat, so he's going to chuck a dagger, but barely look at the guy he's throwing at, and he's gonna run towards the dice game.
Whoa! You can't really call you a problem gambler. It's not really interfering with your work or anything. Like you take this guy out.
Yeah, I'm supposed to do it. Okay, and then I was gonna run and just dive towards that dice if it's still on the ground and to grab it.
The one that you kicked towards it. Yeah, you can like grab that dice.
Literally, you get a crit. You get a crit. You get a crit.
Yeah, I was trying to grab her dice. I didn't know if it was special or what. The bones that she had.
Yeah. Okay. So her die is on the table, and I'll say, you can do that. You run over and like grab the die.
I'm going to roll it if I can.
So you've thrown a. I'm going to say you probably can't really do that because you've thrown a dagger, so you've used your action, you've used your object interaction to like pick the die up.
Okay, I'll just hold the dice until I can do that then, and I'll end my turn.
Well, actually, we'll just end combat. So you can, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead. Everyone's dead. And like at that moment, as like all of these people in the tavern sort of realize that the combat's over, everyone just like shrugs, like, just another day in Baldur's Gate at the Elfsong Tavern, and the music resumes. Although we did note that there was no bar, so I don't know where the music's coming from, but anyway.
To the barkeep, like, sorry about the mess.
I wanna
Ask him to send a mop and broom just to clean up the blood, so there's a bit of a slipping hazard going up and down the stairs.
I think he could tell. There's no
Yeah,
bodies to tumble backwards.
Poor Dennis.
Yeah, you see this kind of middle-aged gentleman sort of come up here and start to sort of like mop away the blood. He's like, another day.
Another Tuesday afternoon.
I can't wait. Staggering down. I love this bar. I'm going to go through and look through Deadeye's stuff, and I'm going to take his goddamn hat.
All right, yeah, you can take his hat. Nothing special about it in particular, but you do find
I don't care.
Some other things on him. What's Deadeye got? So you find. Give me actually. Nah, I guess he's dead. You can give him a thorough search. All right, so you find tucked into his vest, you find a pouch with some gold and silver in it. 32 gold pieces and 15 silver pieces. He's wearing 2 gold necklaces, and you can grab them. You also find he has a blackened gold ring with a white pearl set in it.
I'll take that.
And assuming you check all of the other pirates, I imagine you would do that. They have amongst them a bunch of pouches as well. They have 19 silver pieces in total amongst them.
Okay.
Amongst them. And you also find a little piece of paper which looks like a receipt of some kind. You have a look at it, and it looks like a receipt for mooring fees in the docks, which includes the name of Deadeye's ship, the Uncivil Serpent, and its location at the end of a pier in the Steeps.
We could commandeer a ship, boys. The owner's no longer entitled to it.
You
And,
could.
Yeah, Tarina is kind of like shaking a bit, but she sort of is like, "Oi, give me back my die."
We haven't finished our game. And I'm going to roll it.
So you roll it.
Yeah, can I roll it? Is there anything that like feels off about it or anything like that before I roll it?
It looks like it's like a very nicely carved die. The numbers are sort of like stylized, kind of almost like rune-like. And you... Let me think. What are you proficient in? Yeah, give me an Arcana check. Yeah, you know what this is, being that you're a little bit interested in gambling. You've like heard about this. This it's called a charlatan's die, and it allows you, as you've heard, to basically determine the outcome of the roll just by kind of like willing it as you roll it.
All right, I'm gonna will a 6, and that'll beat her.
All right, so you will a 6, and it beats her, and she kind of she's like, "Oh yeah, well you used the die, didn't you?"
The same die you used.
She's like, "Fine." She like smashes down 2 gold pieces on the table, so you can take another 2 gold. Like, now, are you gonna give me back my die or what?
I will if you give us information. We did kind of save your life too. You kind of owe us on a few fronts at this point.
Right, yeah, of course. Of course I'll give you some information. What did you want to know about the cultists? So, Well, I don't actually know much about these cultists. I've heard about them running through the city and murdering what seem to just be innocent people for no reason. But I reckon if you want to find them, you should probably speak to Nine Fingers Keen at the Blushing Mermaid and mention my name. She's been having trouble with those cultists. I've heard her complaining about it on several occasions.
Thank you. That's much appreciated. And he's going to just kind of step up and put out his hand, and he just goes to a fellow gamesman.
Thank you. I think she became
To
Aussie.
one sheet to another.
She like takes it back from you and pockets it and kind of like nods and says, "Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Quite a gentleman." And let's have a 5-minute break at that point.
Perfect.
I was just gonna say, can we take like an hour or so to recuperate the expenditure of the assets that I might have lost for a little bit in blood money in ways? I think I don't know. I'm very, very, very dizzy right now.
Marcus says to Kensei, I don't have sunshine, but I've got some good berries if you like.
I'd appreciate it, but there was a lot. That was a big fight. I might have got a little overzealous, and I think a short rest will recuperate a lot of the abilities I could do.
You also, you also know, how would you know? There's no windows, I guess. Maybe this guy that's mopping up is like,
You're welcome to stay here, of course. We do have rooms for rent. It's nearly getting on nearly 6 bells.
and continues mopping.
Does Karina own this place or anything?
Do I own it? No, I just come here to gamble.
Oh.
If you want to speak to the owner, speak to old Alan downstairs behind the bar.
And what was that whole thing about anyway, since we just killed a man for you?
Oh,
Along with a few others.
making old.
Say, we killed Dennis for you.
Hope you weren't into him.
Oh, I remember Dennis. No, he was all right. Well, back in the day, me and Deadeye, well, we had a disagreement. Let's just say. I don't really want to go into it. It's a bit personal, but let's just say he obviously didn't like me very much. So I'm very much I appreciate it.
Personal, I say as I put on his hat, and I will keep the jewelry. The gold can be dispensed amongst the party.
The jewelry.
Yeah, he had like two golden gold necklaces and also a ring, like a pearl ring.
You don't need a pearl ring.
And yeah, let's just take a 5-minute break and
Yeah.
let's get a drink and everything.
Sounds good.
Sweet. See you in a minute. So you've been told that you can stay in the inn if you want. It's probably around like 5:30, but you don't have to do that. But yeah, it's probably like a place where you could rest. And if you wanted to like rent a room, you'd probably speak to the papyrus who lives downstairs, who works downstairs behind the bar. He feels like he lives there. Actually, he lives upstairs. What do you do next?
I'd like to just take a look at the people in the room to see if they have any kind of similarities to the guy on the couch that was, a little too high on sunshine.
Yeah, so these people begin to come back and kind of sit back down to resume their game. You give me a perception check. Yeah, you have a look at all these people as they kind of come back into the room and sit down and everything. You don't notice any of these same symptoms, this kind of like gold veins or gold eyes or anything like that.
No track marks.
No track marks.
Okay. I peek in here.
You've gotten very quiet, Jinx. I'm struggling to hear you actually. Turned you up all the way, hopefully that helps.
That better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. How are these people?
Yeah, you don't see anything that looks suspicious about them either in terms of sunshine.
Okay.
I'm just going to relay to Ethel that that the fortune teller was right on the money with Tarina, and maybe worth taking a look at some point.
You've also gotten really quiet. Is it me? Hold on. Maybe it's me.
I think it might be you.
Okay.
Am I quiet to you as well, or?
I already turned everything up, so I don't know. I think it's probably just me. I'm sorry. Where were we? What were you doing, Gennaro? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm just going to tell Ethel that the fortune teller was on the money for Tarina, and that she might be a good person to go seek out at some point, because she proved herself to be the real deal.
Yeah, if some people take a short rest, I might head over there.
Split the party, split the.
Yeah, of course, it's such a great idea all the time. Or everyone can like hang out outside while I talk to a fortune teller. Those are the two options. And can I just pick up one of the scimitars that the pirates left behind?
Yep, you can do that. Scimitar.
Yep. Mark is definitely going to give Kenzo like the 10 good berries just to tire him over.
Okay.
Darker. Oh, if 10 berries stacked on the whole, like you have eaten like a full day's rations, I'm like, well, I'm set for at least a 10 day.
All right. So what are we doing?
Jean-Mo, can you ask a question of Tarina?
Yeah.
Have you heard of this Thavius Krieg? We have a friend who told us this Duke came. Is just curious about his whereabouts.
Fabius Krieg. Can't say I have, to be honest. Sounds like one of them Elturians.
Yes, we believe he is. Do you know where he would be or where he would stay?
No, I don't think I've ever even heard of him.
Ah, well, thank you.
Well, that's all right. Sounds posh.
Yes, I believe he's all right. Not a nobleman, but reasonable.
So did we want to take a rest or head over to where Tarina said we should go?
I mean, if we do a short rest, it'll probably be like, we could take like a short rest and then like head over when it like nighttime gets prime, like shady activity, so we might come across more people that we can kick ass, take names, and find more clues.
Also, more people who will try to pickpocket us in the streets. But but I also support this plan, so.
I repeat, more people to kick ass, take names, and find more clues.
Gennaro, you sent me a message, but I can't read it because I don't want to click away from the thing, so I don't know if you...
Nothing big.
Okay. So, what's the plan? Short rest, and then go back out into the streets?
Yeah, I don't need to rest, but I'll hang around and like chat with people maybe while other people rest.
Okay.
General's gonna be glued to the tables. If he can't play, he's gonna be watching and trying to take it all in.
All right. I'll say because you know now that Tarina is like cheating as well. Are you gonna play a little bit?
Yeah, but I've situated myself opposite to her table.
Okay, so you're not playing with her.
Yeah, I know now that not to play with her.
Okay, so you play with some other people. Maybe roll. Give me a performance check. Cool. So I'll say that you make 4 gold pieces. In your games. You lose some, you win some, but you end up with an additional 4 gold pieces.
Making it like a bandit.
And obviously anyone who wants to take a short rest, you can do that.
I will do...
You're just gonna nap on the couch?
I'm gonna take it easy on the couch and probably finish up the kind of like mug of rum and probably go down for a couple more and just take it easy for an hour. Yeah, roll. Healing. Alright.
And while you're all doing this as well, you once again hear that elf song, and this time it sings the same elf song as previously. So not about the long lost lover, but about Elturel again.
Who's this fella I'm standing next to?
He's like a guy with a mop. He's just like mopping up some blood.
I'm gonna be like, do you work at this establishment?
Oh, yes, hello, my lady. My name's Fulton. Yes, I'm one of the bartenders here.
You must see and hear a lot then.
Sure do.
Have you heard any rumors or?
I've heard a variety of different sorts of rumors. What sort of rumors would you be looking for?
Anything particular to cultists or drugs?
Kind of looks a bit nervous. Looks around.
Oh, yeah, we have heard about cultists doing murder sprees throughout the city. I don't know anything other than that. Just, I guess, try not to be outside when it's dark. As for drugs, aside from Joplin's tea shop, which seems to have a bit of a reputation for getting people a bit high, don't know anything else other than there's a gentleman that. Well, I don't want to rat him out, but there's a gentleman downstairs often that spends some time on the couch here. He looks a little bit unwell. So he might be on drugs. But no, I don't really know anything else other than that.
But no one that comes in a little shinier than normal?
Well, I might have seen 1 or 2 people that look a little bit similar to Yerkin. But I couldn't give you any names or anything. Not anyone in particular.
Okay. Well, no need to be nervous. I'm not trying to interrogate you, just getting the lay of the land.
Oh, that's all right, milady. I just I don't want to be seen talking too much. There's a lot of people come in here and prefer to have a semblance of privacy, if you know what I mean.
For sure. Well, if you think of anything else, you can just maybe pass a note my way.
Well, sure thing, will do. Well, maybe not a note. Probably a bit expensive for me, but I'll certainly whisper in your ear.
Okay. I'll give him like a gold and like just like not like obviously hand it to him, just kind of like take his hand as in like a thanks and just have it like in my hand. You know what I mean?
He like smiles graciously as you like put this in his hand. It's like not the first time that he's been like past like minor tips and things. He kind of like looks down at his hand and sees this like gold coin there, and he's like eyes wide, and he's like, thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, I'll tell you anything I know, anything I find out.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, I might actually go and take the night off. Screw this mopping. Like drops the mop.
What?
I'm gonna go tell Alan that I'm taking the night off.
Whoops.
Well, we know how the stain in that floor got there.
I'm also just gonna take a short rest to get a spell slot back.
Cool. So a short rest will bring us to like probably about 6:30.
While I'm at the gaming tables, actually, I'm gonna ask about the song they're singing. Is like asking me if this is a new song or has this been sung for a while? Like, is this of the like recent events of Elturel? Like, is this just coming out? There's some bard spreading this around.
This guy here is like, why, yes, actually, this is the first time that I've ever heard the elf spirit sing such a song of Elturel. Usually it's a tragic song about a lost lover at sea. So yes, it's very new to me anyway, and I do come here frequently.
So, kind of like slightly overhearing that as I'm resting, and like Maka's kind of like still beside Kenway. I just like lean over, nudge him. I'd love to see the Fire Fist people go arrest this spirit. That's it. That's all I got.
Anyone else? What do you want to do next?
Let's go bar hopping. On to the next tavern.
Woo, party!
No one?
Yeah, I guess we're just gonna go out.
Where did she say to go to?
Was Nine Figures Keen?
Yeah, so Tarina suggested that you speak to Nine Fingers Keen at the Blushing Mermaid.
And there was the psychic as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking that might be a morning thing.
Sounds good.
She did look pretty drunk.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Maybe when she's sobered up.
She might give you a bit of a screwy reading. Well, let's see.
Maybe a drunk psychic would be better.
Yeah, I was gonna say she was pretty spot on tonight, so she might be better drunk.
Maybe she'll tell me all her secrets if she's drunk.
A drunk soothsayer's words or a drunk soothsayer's thoughts. That was really difficult to say.
What are you gonna do with a drunk soothsayer? What you gonna do with a drunk? What gonna do with a drunk soothsayer early in the morning? Everybody. Okay.
All right,
As we
so
walk out the bar.
In a conga line.
Yeah, basically. DM, do you mind putting that song in the level 2 handouts? Do you mind?
oh sure,
At some point.
can do that.
Thank you.
Should be there now.
Yep.
And so you want to go to the Blushing Mermaid?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds good.
I'm going to be
Okay.
ultra vigilant while we're walking.
Constant vigilance.
Oh. At the okay, we're there.
That's all right. What were you going to say?
No, I was gonna say at the front of the tavern we just left, the El Song Tavern. I was gonna see if there's a stray rat around, because Jean Lamore can like can speak to him and get a sense of like, oh, is there anything dangerous tonight or something?
I was a little worried, like you were gonna eat your own kind or something.
I thought you were gonna like go full vampire rat.
Full carnivores.
Hey, Adrian did ask for dark backgrounds and dark backstories, so we could never know.
I mean, that's true.
Or
That's true.
So
Rats
when you-
aren't known for their
Sorry.
delicacy, huh? Yes, sorry.
When you speak to a rat, can it speak back to you, or do you just? How does it work?
I think
Where
it's
is
just like a sense of. It's like a very simple form of communication.
Simple ideas with them through speaking Ratus. You get the
Yeah.
sense you kind of like sniff out the place, and you find actually like several rats, and they all kind of like gather together. There's like 3 of them, and they're all kind of like sitting there in front of you, like. And you kind of like speak in Ratus. What does Ratus sound like? Do some Ratus.
Hello, good sir. How are you doing? No, it's more like
Dubbed Ratus. They tell you that just in general this is a terrifying place, and if anyone ever sees them, they either run away screaming or they try to like whack them with things. They don't know anything specific.
okay. Okay. Just general run of the mill stuff. Very good.
All right, so you all head towards the Blushing Mermaid, which is in an area called Heapside, which you can see in the map. Where did I put the map? It's kind of like the next suburb over, and as you like cross into this area, it's like more of a sort of a middle class neighborhood. You figure it has its share of shops and various other things, but really it appears to be more of a sort of a residential area, and probably houses like a lot of the middle class sort of like city's workforce, and it's a little bit less seedy. You get the impression there's probably only a moderate likelihood of being stabbed in the street here, and so your trek through the streets are relatively uneventful, and you come to this large multi-storied dark stoned sort of shingled roof building. The corners of the roof are kind of like curved up, and it's like a big building. There's like multiple chimneys, but it's also very old, like smudgy windows, and there's like black curtains in them. And I'm sure like Kensei would be able to tell you especially that it's known as like the best tavern and inn in Baldur's Gate for those looking to get their teeth kicked in, or to kick in someone else's teeth. And you can like kind of come up to the doorway, which is closed. What do you do at this doorway? It's just like a wooden door, big kind of thick wooden door with like a brass handle.
knock?
Okay, we knock.
Questioningly.
You knock on the door, and like you see like the handle turn, and it's like pulled inwards, and you see this like very like somber, gaunt, like pale individual, but dressed rather smartly, with like a comb over. Oh, good day. Welcome to the Blushing Mermaid. And you can see like past him there's this sort of it's kind of like large like common room area, and there's like a lobby there. He's obviously like gotten up from this lobby to come over and open the door. And you can also see this this life-sized wooden mermaid hanging above the incongruous reception desk, and a dozen blackened and withered hands are nailed to its body, which Kenway can probably tell you are souvenirs left by those who refuse to pay their bill. And you can see a bunch of people in here. They look like kind of retired sailors and probably criminals, smugglers, and bandits and fencers and stuff. Yeah, this guy kind of like welcomes you in.
Perfect. I'm just walk in.
Yeah, so you like walk in, there's like a bar and stuff, and a bunch of people kind of sitting around. It's like quieter than than Elsong Tavern. Dima.
Well, right now our record for bodies left at a bar is what, 9? So let's try and be better. Let's try and break our record.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna like roll my eyes and go ask the barkeep about where this person is.
Yeah, okay, so you go over to the bar, and there's like a young lady behind the bar. Like, hello, what can I get you?
Actually, Tarina sent us, and I'm looking for enter name I have forgotten.
Nine Fingers Keen. She kind of like looks a bit uncomfortable when you say this name, and she's like, Tarina sent you, you say, and she's like, hey, boy. And this like very young boy kind of comes over. He's only like 10 or 12 or something. She kind of like whispers something in her ear, and he goes like running off into like this like kind of sort of open door into what looks like this corridor. You can kind of see through this door. It looks like this corridor kind of like goes off in like multiple different directions. And it takes him like a few minutes, like 5 or 6 minutes. And he returns with a bunch of like very burly looking individuals who just come over, and they're like, who's asking for Nine Fingers Keen?
I'm gonna point at Kensei.
You point at Kenway, that they're like, what do you want? And these people as well, they look like serious individuals. Like, you did not get the impression that you could take these guys on easily, depending on how big your ego is, of course.
Oh shit! I should have sent them to Kensei. I made a mistake. I made an error.
Oh.
I'm gonna like. Did they walk over to him?
Yeah, like they've walked up to like all of you and kind of like surrounded you. One of them comes like right up to Kenway, like, what do you want with Nine Fingers Keen?
Big grin. Teresa sent us. Heard this little bit of a cold problem.
Who the fuck's Teresa? Do you mean Tarina?
Tarina, Jesus, guys.
Like, I can't even with names. I'm so sorry.
You're too drunk.
Why do we keep letting him
Everyone's
be the
gotten
first
it wrong
one?
so many times.
But Kenway and
You gotta pick your name.
Well, you can't remember the names of millions of randomly named fantasy NPCs. What's wrong with you?
Let me bounce your head with the big
pronunciation.
hammer a couple hundred times, and let me see if you can recall all the names of acquaintances you come across.
We're like, well, if Tarina, or Teresa as she sometimes likes to be called, sent you,
come with us. And they kind of like, they almost like grab you and like pull you along, like into this back area. And again, like, you, I don't know what you do, but yeah, you're kind of like being like dragged into these rooms. It's not too rough, but it's like very like, it's stern. They drag you into these like back alleyways. There's like a bunch of hallways in here. It's like, almost like a labyrinth of, this place is pretty big, and there's like all of these back rooms and stuff. And they take you like up and down several flights of stairs and through, well, I don't know why they go up and down, but they take you up a couple of flights of stairs and through multiple long hallways, and they take you to a room with a 20 on the front of it. It's room 20. And they knock on the door, and the door opens, and there's like a few of these other individuals like also look like really big and scary, like standing around this room. And there's a single table in the middle of the room, and there's this woman sitting there. She's like eating like what looks like a really expensive meal. It's like a big meal. There's like multiple like things of like chicken and pork and vegetables and whatnot. She's like a plain and unassuming looking middle-aged woman with like thin dark hair and narrow blue eyes. She's dressed in a maroon coat with a dark red scarf. And she looks up at you and kind of says, yes? Can I help you? Did you say Tarina sent you?
That's correct. She did.
And how is Tarina? Still going by Teresa?
Oh. Well,
Sorry.
alive of this day so far.
Alive thanks to us. After a close encounter with a pirate.
She kind of like
Pirate.
gets that there's no like immediate kind of like disturbance to her relaxing meal. She kind of like cuts off another piece of pork and like takes a bite. She's like, I see. And what can I do for you then?
We're looking for information
Yes.
in regards to cultists and drug dealing.
Huh. It's interesting that you mentioned those two things. I might know a thing or two about, well, both cultists and, drug dealing. What would you like to know?
Whatever you're open to sharing.
Well, I can tell you at least that these drug dealers are, actually causing a bit of a problem for me. They've been, there's this new drug in the city. It's called, Sunshine, Sand, Devil's Yoke, I've heard some people call it. It's, interfering with, some of my other business. And, yeah, I have a real problem with that particular drug. We think, it's being, dealt in particular by, the Revelers Union. Sell a lot of drugs and things at night, and we have dealt with them in the past. But yes, we're looking into ways of dealing with that, but it is causing a problem for us, certainly.
Where might we find this Revelers Union?
The Revelers Union, well, all over the place really, but there is this one particular gang of revelers that actually, believe, my intelligence tells me that they've been operating out the back of Joplins, the tea shop, which actually I have, let's just say I have some interest in that particular establishment. And I don't, this gang is led by a gentleman called Tobias, and I don't appreciate that they're dealing these drugs at the back of Joplins. So yes, I can tell you that much anyway. Why? What brings you in here? I mean, why are you asking me these questions? That's some free information already.
Going through and kind of like doing a lot of scratch my back, I scratch your situations out and around in here, and drugs and cultists seem to be a common issue.
Yes,
I might know something about the cultists as well.
I'm gonna, like, look at Kenzie, like, confused because it was a decent answer.
Savage.
But I'm having a good day, so I can usually have good thoughts about that. When you allow me to drink.
Get names straight.
I'll poke you a few hundred times in the head. You try to remember names straight.
You gotta hit me first.
Get over here. I'm sorry. Damn. Keep going.
Nine Fingers Keen is just like watching you have this like interaction in front of her. Like, she just kind of like puts another like bite of food in her mouth. You get the impression she's like, she's a serious woman, but she's patient, very intelligent, pragmatic.
Cultists are going to be a more widespread issue for the entire town, I believe, if they continue to operate the way they are.
I see. And do you intend to do something about it?
We do.
And
I
what
think the
would that
word is
be?
called eradication.
I see.
I don't think Jean Lemore would appreciate that word.
Decimation, then?
He gets a faraway look in his eyes. Bit of a PTSD.
Well, I certainly have no love for these cultists. I'm getting the impression that you are looking for them.
Indeed.
Perhaps I would be willing to tell you where they are if, if perhaps a little bit of you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours kind of scenario.
That's the plan.
Well, look, if you would like to go and perhaps have a strong word, she kind of winks at you as she says this, and you know clearly that she means do a murder. Perhaps if you have a strong word.
Do a murder!
Stabby stabs.
This Tobias and his gang from the Revelers Union. Stop them from selling drugs out the back of Joplin's. You come back here with proof that you've killed him, then maybe I'll give you some information about these cultists.
I like the way you think, lady, but how much of a percentile would you like to confirm if this Tobias has confirmed that he will no longer sell drugs out of the back of his whatever?
We seem to be very apt at taking fingers.
She just says, whatever you need to do to show me that he's not going to be dealing anymore out the back of Joplin's, I don't really mind, as long as I feel satisfied with the proof. A finger sounds good. Actually, he does have a tattoo on one of his fingers, I've been told. A tattoo of a snake, sort of running up the edge of his index finger. It's very specific information, I know, but I know things. Perhaps if you'd like to take a finger, you could take that finger. Bring that finger to me, and I will give you some information about these cultists. It just so happens I might know a thing or two.
Can I?
Oh, write that down.
I just want to like look at her hands.
Get the finger.
Does she have 9 fingers?
Yeah, you can see that she does indeed have 9 fingers.
So you're. Nah, I'm not gonna say. I'm gonna keep that to myself.
Out of character, she knows a thing or two about fingers because she's seen a thing or two about fingers.
Might be a sensitive issue taking fingers. So
Have you seen an index finger?
She wants to replace her own index finger with his.
Okay.
She likes it. Just sew it on.
People in Baldur's Gate be weird, man.
She is missing an
I'm not
index finger.
judging. Whatever floats her boat.
But it happens to be on her left hand, and she explains that Tobias's finger is on his right hand. So you see,
Just a little crooked. It'll be fine.
it would do me no good. She can like see what you're thinking just from like looking at you. She's like, yes, I know. I get comments about this all the time. No, I don't want to replace my finger with his.
Then you'd have to change your name, so I understand.
Yeah, all that paperwork. All that paperwork.
The red shady tape that you have to go through to do that. It's
And I have to re-establish my reputation and everything. And 10 fingers keen, and it just doesn't have a ring to it. And yeah, it's not worth it. But I will say that I do take a strange pleasure in seeing others suffer in the way that I have. Let me just put it that way. But I will say also that I survived when a finger was removed from me, and I'm not sure if I want the same thing to happen to Tobias, if you get my drift.
Marco wings back.
We'll make sure that there is a. How do I put this? I think one of my close friends said we'll make sure there is a cover letter, a draft, and a resume in store for your delivery upon completion.
Excellent.
Whatever those are.
Well then.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just use that, and it sometimes impresses people. Other times it just goes over their head.
Just don't make them too explicit. Otherwise, we don't want there to be evidence floating around of our. Shall we call it a contract?
Very well. How far is this thing?
I guess let's go murder a guy. Like,
I mean, why
or
not?
just a casual next step.
Probably more dealings at night, right?
Get in a bar
screw it.
fight, doing some shady dealings, go out an assassination. This is one hell of a day.
To be fair, we just murdered like 8 guys.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, that was provoked.
who looks most like the drug addict that's gonna go up and ask for some stand?
Who looks the shadiest amongst all of us combined?
I bet if you, like, really tease Ethel's hair, she could look really crazy.
I don't know. I feel like there's some interesting kind of like racial profiling you could do for Jean Lemore.
He does have like gold finery that could sort of give a glow.
Man, if I was only a few levels higher, I could do some illusionary stuffs.
Yeah, I was looking at my fairy fire like, gives a glow. Not gold. Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
I guess we'll take our leave if you want to guide us back out through this maze and you could finish your dinner.
Not a
Apologize for the
problem.
interruption.
Freddy, guide them out.
Right.
He like sort of like pushes you out the door, like kind of walks very close behind you, sort of like leads you back out this mini labyrinth of corridors and back down the stairs and back into the main room.
Thanks, Freddy.
My pleasure.
You're a fine job.
Oh, thank you. No, I really appreciate that. I often feel a little underappreciated, so I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Freddy.
That's okay. What are you supposed to be anyway? Some kind of talking rat?
Rude!
Sorry, that just came out. Look, I'm an uneducated man. It makes me a little bit biased, and I have a bit of a temper. I didn't mean anything by it.
Why, yes, not am I only a talking rat, but a singing rat. La la la.
Oh, that's beautiful. That really is beautiful. That really is something. Best of luck to you.
Please leave.
He's like touched.
So, like rock, paper, scissors, I think, between like, I don't know, Kenzie, Gennaro. I'm sure they can't get a solid read off offer. Turtle Man.
I feel like now is the perfect time to go do a a contract of sorts. And we'll pick up the rest of the legwork for a lot of the drugs and the sunshine, he says in quotation marks, and the whatever old lady like in the morning. And if we have to do any more shadier stuff, we'll just do all the legwork in the morning, and then we'll be off to do some more excitements later in the afternoon.
You think they sell drugs during the day?
I feel like you could do a lot of legwork during the day.
Actually, if
I don't
they're
know
all
about-
sleeping, that's the perfect time to go murder someone. Yeah? Sell drugs by day. I mean, sell drugs by night, sleep by day. We just go murder them during the day.
I mean, I could not have put it a better point.
So we're going back to Elf Song Tavern to sleep?
I was thinking of like committing the murder tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go then. I'm just gonna start walking towards the door. Yep.
Enough of this pig Latin. When do we commit this murder?
Yeah, fuck discreetly. Let's go kill someone.
All right. So you head back into the East Way. We'll assume that Freddy gave you directions. And yeah, you come back into this kind of seedier part of town, and like Marco knows where Joplins is. It's a very well-known kind of classic Baldur's Gate establishment. And you head over there, and you walk around into like a back alley, and kind of like walk around the corner. There's some like medieval style dumpsters out there. I don't know what a medieval style dumpster is, but anyway. You picture
it is literally called a large bucket.
There's several large square buckets, and you come around this corner and you can hear these people sort of laughing and joking around the corner. And it's pretty like dark. There's just like one lamp back here. And they haven't seen you yet. You're far enough away that you figure that you can hear them like joking around and stuff. They probably haven't heard you.
Okay.
What do you do?
I have an idea. So, I mean, a couple of us can go in, act like we want to buy some drugs, and the rest of you just kind of stay hidden.
Okay.
Who think they can pull off this? I can go, but
You look at Ken when he's like, I don't think I could do either. Like, I could be like someone that's accompanying you, making sure that you get the good stuff. Be like maybe an enforcer of some kind. But I don't think I could pull off like a drug-y kind of person. I could be crazy.
all right, well,
Crazy, but
go along with it, I guess. Hope you're ready for this.
all right, we'll go by.
Okay, I'm gonna like. Anyone else? You want to come?
Does this call for some theatrics? Because
Oh no.
I did learn some theater when I was in preparatory school.
But you don't like being sneaky,
you-
apparently.
That's
I mean-
true. Apparently. But I am a thespian.
Come again?
Conflicting.
Yes, conflicting. My heart is conflicted.
Oh no, what you said with the list sounds completely different on my end, so I was like, come again?
Sorry. Thespian. Thespian.
Okay. I was like, what?
Who are you?
Do rats have genders? For what's happening? Okay.
I'm double checking because you speak of your lover, and I don't wish to assume. I'm just there was some mixed signals coming. Sorry.
Yes. I will go along and add to the drama.
Alright.
boy.
The rest of you stay close but out of sight.
Okay, what's the safe word?
Ramsey.
Ramsey?
Totally unexpected. We'll catch him off guard, and these guys will immediately know the trouble.
Alright. I'm gonna like pull my hood up, act kinda like a little unstable on my feet, and kinda take like the same note and vibe I got from the guy on the couch in the bar earlier.
As she's doing that, just to add some little intrigue to this, I'm going to actually use the red handkerchiefs that we had from the cultist woman that we expertly dealt with.
Okay.
Well, it's my inventory for some reason, so...
Do you ask nicely to take it from me, or do you steal a handkerchief from an old lady?
No, he's
No,
a filthy thief.
I think he does have it. He does have it because he was he said he wanted to keep it in the
my
previous
inventory for
session.
So I think I did say at one point I would happily take it, so I guess that got added.
Yeah, because you said you thought you might be able to use it.
Yeah, and kind of like wrap it around my neck. We'll see if this adds anything to this encounter whatsoever.
So you're trying to look like a junkie, not a cultist. Just
junkie
clarify.
and just a very big bruiser. Like if you don't get the right stuff, you might go mad. You might go wild.
All right.
So yeah, that's what he's kind of doing. He's kind of like he's already roughed up from the previous fight, so I think that should add some authenticity to this.
And I'm gonna like slide my dagger like up my sleeve, so it's like kind of prepped just in case.
All right. So everyone going around the corner, give me a performance check.
Can I give someone advantage?
Yeah. Can I inspire?
You can. You can definitely give some bardic inspiration before you do this.
Yes. Who would like some? So performance check, hey? Okay.
But I'd say otherwise it's probably a group check that I'm looking for. So I'd say no one has advantage, but just everyone should give me a roll. But yeah, somebody can definitely have inspiration there.
Okay, I'll give Alina some inspiration.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to work on my charisma.
Performance?
Yeah.
Lee.
Come on.
Nice.
All right, so you kind of like come around this corner. What do you do, Jean Lemore? How are you kind of
I'm, like,
acting?
Leaning on Alina, like also kind of tottering, but also slowly sort of bent over as well. I put a bit of mud on my face and hands and like clothes, mess myself up a bit.
All right, so you come around the corner, you see these people kind of standing around, sort of joking and like teasing each other. They all look human, although one of them appears bigger than the rest. Probably actually has some orc ancestry. He's got like short, scruffy, dark green hair, and what looks like a recent wound across his chin. He's got like a big mouth and teeth, large dark eyes, a little bit orcish. And he kind of like looks over, but then like one of these other humans is kind of like sort of looks over at you and sort of like pushes off from the wall where he's leaning. He's like, "Looking to score?"
Yes. You do to have it.
Have what?
The sand.
Yeah, we got sand. How much you want?
Nothing.
What was that? Sorry, I think you cut out a little bit there.
Alina or me?
Oh, I didn't hear Alina either. Maybe it's my end. But I didn't hear you.
I said enough for the night. For all three of us.
Yeah, sure. Well, that all depends on.
Kind of like looks at you. He's like,
Eh. You don't look like you've been doing it for all that long. I'll give you a hit each.
he like pulls out, kind of reaches into his pocket and pulls out a couple of like little sort of like leather, like satchels, just kind of like wrapped up with like a little piece of like leather twine, kind of like wrapped around it. It's got like 3 of them. He's like,
That'll be 30 gold pieces.
I'm keeping my head down. Can I look at, like, who can I see it, like, hand-wise? I'm looking for specifically the tattoo.
give me a perception check. Yeah, you catch a glimpse of what you think might be like a sort of some kind of blemish or discoloration on the end, along the index finger of the guy that kind of looks like a half orc or something.
If I, like, stumble, am I close enough to stumble into him?
Where is he standing? Let me have a look, because I have actually. Yeah, he's kind of like standing up, kind of near the front. A couple of this person that's kind of like come over to talk to you. You would kind of have to like stumble past this guy that's sort of come forward, so it would be like a bit of a stumble.
Okay.
I'll put us on this map, actually.
No, out of character. I expected this to be harder.
So I'm like, here-ish.
Yeah. So, So put yourselves where you would be, like if you're kind of hiding around the corner or something. Like if you would maybe be back there, and maybe like probably actually these guys would be back a bit because they can't see around the corner.
I'm gonna stand up like straight now and go like very proper elf-like and pull back my hood and
This
just
guy,
say like
Sorry. Yep.
what kind of establishment are you running here?
This guy that's talking to you is like, wait, what? Kind of like takes a step back. Who the hell are you?
I mean,
what do you want?
You're
guy's like,
running an enterprise that was quite easy to find. You should work on your business model a little more, I think.
This half orc here is like, hey, who do you think you're talking to? You on drugs or what? Otherwise, you better get the bloody hell out of here, you freaks. These guys like
Tobias,
start
I'm
moving
assuming?
forward. Say that again.
Tobias, I'm assuming?
Oh, how do you know my name?
I heard you were the best at what you do.
Yeah, I am. What of it? He's gonna. What are the rest of you doing actually at this point? Because he's like kind of stepping forward. He can see like the several of you. He's like kind of pulling his blade out. He's got like a rapier. He's like got his hand on the hilt. I didn't mean to cut you off, Alina.
No, you're good.
Like, so kind of like you go, Jean Lamar.
I guess Jean Lamore's gonna just stiffen and get ready to sort of run away, like run back.
I was gonna say, I would just really love a man with big teeth.
Edward is just like, it just like gives him like the confused like stare of like it goes from the
This guy as well, like, emits like a little like giggle, like, and this guy's like, what? He like raises his eyebrows. What are you? He kind of like looks around between like all of the people that he can see here, which at this point is potentially like several of you. Maybe give me a deception check, Alina.
Who said I'm lying?
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Are you genuinely
I
flirting
might
with
be
him?
serious. I might be into guys with big teeth, but I'll roll it.
Well, if you're serious, you can give me a persuasion check. Up to you.
All right, I'll stick with deception.
Okay.
It's not bad.
He pulls his blade out. He's like, "Oh, who do you take me for?" And this guy pulls out this large, like, morning star. And this guy here, like, starts laughing, like, "Get the bloody hell out of here before we murder you in the night."
Okay. Kenway just kind of like stiffens up, get his big, malicious, like toothy grin, and it's just like, big teeth, Ramsey, and I'm just going to go step in between right here.
All right, let's roll for initiative.
Marker looks back at Ethel and we're like, was that Ramsey? Was that the safe word?
What the hell's Ramsey?
Whoa!
I'm 20s. Why am I rolling so garbage for initiative? It's supposed to be high.
Gennaro, did you still have Portent? Well, sorry, not Portent. I forgot what it's called now.
It's 8 hours, so if I'm still 8 hours from when I rolled it, like kind of earlier in the day.
So what would that put you on?
21.
21. Okay, sweet.
Blackjack.
What a coincidence. All right.
Literally behind the cat.
So these individuals are all drawing their weapons, not fooled at all by this attempt to flirt. And Ethel, you're
I didn't have enough
first.
time.
Cool. I'm gonna move here and just cast Burning Hands on this main guy with big teeth, I guess.
So Burning Hands is like, it'll just...
Oh wait, that's a cone.
Yeah.
Right? So, how many people can I get into that if I'm trying to target as many minions as possible?
So if you wanted to cast Burning Hands, you probably need to like run somewhere where you're not going to get your allies. You might want to, that's entirely up to you, of course.
I could just set them all on fire. That would be so fair.
You can do that as well. Burning Hands, I think I can just do it without, oh, it didn't work. Hold on, place a template. There we go. So, can you see that template when I'm doing that?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
So it would
There
be
we
like
go.
that. And you would do it from a vertex, I believe. I always forget this. My own rules. Okay, so you can use either a vertex or the flat edge of your own square as the origin point.
Okay, so if I am standing where I just moved Ethel, would I be able to get that guy just in like the corner of it?
So yes.
Sick, then I'll do that. So
Yeah,
they need
so-
to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, so you can get like those three there.
Yeah, perfect.
I was gonna say, even
Nice.
if you took a step over, you could get sideways maybe, but
If I would where?
like next to Maokai, and then you could go like
Here instead, maybe?
yeah, and then
Oh yeah,
down.
that's a
Yeah.
better cone than the one before. That one makes more sense.
Okay, just I was like, I don't know if that angle's right, but
Yeah, I'll say that gets all of them. I've got like a little note for myself that says that like the foundry cone isn't quite right. I did some research on this, and so yeah, it should actually get any square that it crosses.
Great.
So, top down, left to right, some dex saves. You just run over here and just like this flame just like comes flying out of your hands straight at these guys, just catches them completely unawares, and 18 passes. 15 passes. And 2 fails. So 2 passes and 2 fails.
Great. And the damage button is like grayed out for me. Did I already roll it or something?
Oh, it's because I cast it for you.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to roll the damage for you?
Yeah, go for it.
Alright. I'll try to get a good roll.
I mean,
Thanks.
That's decent.
It's pretty good. I appreciate it. Yeah, please do a crit. Thank you.
I'll try. Give me one of those portents.
On a d6. I give you like an 18 on a d6. That feels like it should work.
Alright, so this guy failed, so he's going to take the full damage. This guy passed, half damage. This guy's half damage. Where am I? And this guy is full damage. Alright. The whole fucking alley just lights up as this old lady steps forward and just blasts these guys with flame.
Yeah, then that's it.
Alright, Marco.
Marco would like to move into that position to begin with, and use Entangle.
Sweet. Entangle. I love Entangle.
Cast spell. So give me into there.
Oh wait, no.
What?
What's the other one? Thorn. Something. Oh man.
Thorn growth or
Yeah,
growth.
spike growth. Spike growth. That's the one I was thinking of. I love spike growth. But Entangle will do. Okay. Wait, does this happen when you cast it? It does happen when you cast it. Okay. Left to right, top to bottom. That is fail. 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 Nice. Oh, very nice. Let's see if we get all of them. The only guy that is not stuck in it. Okay, so all these guys are restrained as these vines
As a
just come out of
reaction,
the
I give
concrete.
Maka a high five. That was
Wrap
nice.
around their legs.
you burn them up, I'll bring them down.
All right. Anything else?
That's all.
Just got to use an action to get out. Okay, Gennaro.
I'm gonna cast sleep.
Oh my god!
Just all this AoE stuff. Yeah, fuck. All right. Sleep.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
A little bit better than the last time. All right. 27. Okay, so this guy looks like he's the most damaged. So this guy falls asleep. He like almost like falls asleep like upright because he's got these vines like kind of grabbing onto his legs and like almost holding him up. He kind of like falls over like quite softly, like just into this bed of vines. And what's this guy? Yeah, he's the only one that falls asleep though, unfortunately. Kenzie.
Alright, I'm gonna smack this guy since he is restrained.
Okay.
Combo. Right over here so I can actually do it. Attack with advantage.
21 hits.
Normal.
Alright.
Alright. So after that, how is this guy faring, actually?
Yeah, you've like smashed him like in the side, and he's kind of like, well, he's unable to fall over. He's like stabilized by these vines, and he's like looking like very like bruised, and you maybe like broken a bone or two, but not too bad.
Okay, action surge. We're gonna smash him again. Nabo.
Might as well make use of the advantage for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, use it before I lose it.
That hits.
Alright. Damage. Normal.
Alright, now he's like, whoa! And he's looking like pretty bloody now.
Whack! I am then going to look at Ethel, and I'm going to like, way to get some brass balls on you! That's some good show! Keep it up! And I am going to use my rally, because you're gonna need it.
Yeah.
So I think it's like martial adept, and I'm going to use this ability. Oh, I guess it doesn't work how I thought it would. Alright, so I will do it this way then. Give me 1 second. Do not look at the man behind the curtain.
Avert your gaze.
3 temporary hit points to Ethel.
Beautiful.
Nice.
That's it. That's all.
So do I use that as like an apply healing? Is that what it is? Or do I have to add it somewhere else?
Yeah, add it as temporary hit points.
Okay.
Wait, how does that work?
It's like, I think you go into the character sheet and just click on the temporary hits part under your health.
Yeah, it's right here.
Sorry, yeah, because you're not... Yeah, because I was thinking, like, if you were down in health, you still get it as, like... It still increases your max health, doesn't it? So it'd, like, heal you 3 and give you an additional 3, I think.
Well, no, it's just that you just get 3 temporary hit points that will go first if you take any damage.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, it's like its own version of like the some armor mechanics in games where the health will go, but it won't like heal you per se. Like if I try to use rally on an unconscious person, not only would not technically not work because they can't hear me, funny enough.
I get you. It's like technically not affecting your actual hit points at all. So it's like
yeah, and temporary hit points don't raise a person, which is sad. I feel like that would be some like weird like groggy mechanic, but
yeah. All right, so this guy, he can see these vines everywhere. It just makes it difficult terrain. So he's going to run in here. Then, yeah, fuck it. He'll run in here. He's going to dash. He's going to dash into the front line. All right. Now Tobias is like struggling to get free of these vines. He's just going to attack anyway. And he's got some pack tactics. And this guy is not incapacitated. So he's going to try to rapier Kensei's. It'll just be like a flat roll. Misses. But then he's going to try to take another swing. He's just like angry, like not even trying to get out of these vines, just like standing there like stuck. Just he's been like smashed by you twice. He's like, just like swinging his rapier at you.
Yep,
that one hits for 6 piercing.
All right. By the way, for some reason, I don't know if it's just on my end, but every time like damage is calculated for me, I cannot like do the same like imagery of like bring it down implies damage for some reason.
Like you can't like right click on it and just go apply damage?
Yeah, I could do it like for oh, I can't even do it now. It's like it's like whenever you do something I can't do it, but whenever a teammate does it, I can. It's weird.
Have you got Kensei selected? Just
I should.
Okay.
I was having the same issue as well with that earlier.
You just can't apply damage. Okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't apply damage. I'll make a note. Yeah, I don't know why the hell that would be. Not sure. But okay,
It's just,
so I'll
slightly annoying, but it's not like, I at least can pull up the character sheet and I could just
yeah, you
manually
can
do
still
it.
yeah. Remember, you can right click on your token and just select that 14 and go -6, enter, and it'll do the maths for you as well.
Oh yeah, that will make this a little bit easier actually.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll have a look into that. Okay, this guy is going to yeah, he's gonna go for Ethel. Ethel's just like shot at him with this flame. He like swings this big mace at you and misses. But he's gonna follow up with a second swing. And that one hits.
That hits.
No.
Beautiful.
For bludgeoning. Okay. This guy back here, I guess he's going to try to wriggle free of these vines. What's he have to get? 13?
13. Yeah.
Alright. He's just like trying to like reaches down, tries to like pull his leg out. He's like, oh, fucking hell, can't get out. Okay, Cat's turn.
I think the cat's just gonna move up next to Ethel and give the help action on whoever attacks the guy who just attacked me.
Okay. On this guy.
Yes.
And John Lamore.
Jean Lamore will bring out his crossbow and target this guy here.
Which guy was it, sorry? Ooh.
Oh, sorry, this one in front of the cat.
Okay, with the help, yep, sweet. That definitely hits, of course.
Yes.
Just got to roll the damage.
Oh yeah, it's grayed out. I rolled it. I think my computer is really slow.
It's grayed out.
Yeah.
Why are we all having these problems? That's strange. Damage button grayed out.
But I did click it, and it let me roll, and
then it just didn't do anything?
yeah, it hasn't done anything.
Okay.
Bring it up again and maybe just do damage.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, try doing that.
Oh. Okay. That didn't do anything.
You're clicking on crossbow bolts. Does it?
Oh yeah. You're crossing on.
Oh, sorry.
You're clicking on the ammunition.
Oh my god. Sorry, guys.
No problem.
Should I roll the attack again, or?
No, that's all right. How did you even get? How did you even crit with just a bolt? Okay, that'll do.
I was using my inventory.
Just rolls over and stabs him in the eye with a bolt.
All right. Yeah, that just goes like straight through the side of his neck. Like seems to like miss a main artery, but he's like oh, as he's like standing there like trying to like beat on Ethel.
I'll teach you to mess with old ladies.
Okay, this guy here is yeah, he'll try to get free as well. And can't get himself out either. Elena.
All right, rapier stab here.
You do have advantage because of restrained, so automatically sneak attack no matter what.
Still a miss though.
That day.
All right. Well, that guy's just asleep, so he's not doing anything. Ethel.
Great. I'm just gonna firebolt the guy in front of
Okay, so you'll be at disadvantage because he's like waving
I
his
forgot about
mace
that.
in your face.
Yeah, I think I'll do it anyway. because I don't want to take an opportunity attack. So if I hit him, it'll be fine. Oh, sorry, I'll roll that again.
I'll cancel out her disadvantage.
Okay. Sweet. 13 hits. In that case.
Great.
Restore balance. Nice. 6 damage.
6, yeah.
Nice.
All right, you just like fire this firebolt in his face.
Tragic.
Kind of like lights up this like bolt that's gone through his neck. So this like bolt is now on fire, and it's like, and then it like catches onto his beard. He's like,
literally spinning Ethel. I don't know if you've noticed. I keep like.
Yeah.
she's doing a little victory dance or a fire dance.
Victory break dance.
I don't have my mouse today, so I'm using the trackpad, and every time I try to zoom, she spins. That's what keeps happening.
She loves a good fight.
Very limber.
Frostbite. All right. Nice. Give me the damage.
Ooh,
This-
nice.
This like frost gathers on this like bolt that's sticking out of his neck and puts out the flames, and he's like, "Oh, good!" But then the like cold like creeps onto the rest of his face and onto his chest. He's like, "Oh, not so good." It kind of like freezes up.
So brutal to that guy.
Oh.
So I'm going to mind sliver the one guy with hair.
This guy? Okay. Yep, that works.
Does that mean?
sorry.
Am I right? Am I rolling the right? When I click saving throw, does that do it for them, or just let you do it? I'll just let you do it.
So I should do it. So I failed. But we can go with a 15, actually, probably, if you'd prefer.
Well, the 15 is the save, so it would.
I don't know, I'm just being silly.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
You shoot this piercing psychic dart, like, straight between his eyes. And it disturbs
my
him.
turn.
Kenzo.
Well, they had the mace to the face. Now it's Kanabo to the Nabo.
Ooh.
I think I know what a Nabo is.
Attack.
What's a knob?
How did that?
I have no idea. I'm making shit up.
Well,
It is what we wanted to be.
yeah.
All right, you hit him right in the Nabo. And he's like, "No, not my Nabo."
Really, the hard head.
And he's clutching his Nabo, crying out, "Oh!"
That's everything.
Did his feet lift off the ground there for a second? Or?
His feet lifted off the ground, but the vines like pulled him back down. Like,
Oh.
Oh, oof.
okay, this guy is going to take a swing at. Let me see. Actually, I don't remember who he's angry with. Oh, he's going to take a swing at Alina.
I forgot I'm level 2. Annoying. It's like, I'm
And
cutting
he's gonna hit.
action now.
For 8 slashing. And yep,
You should still have the temporary hit points from the previous fight because I don't think you got touched. Did you?
you can only have one set of temporary. Oh no, sorry, because that was you gave him to Ethel.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. And
So it's not as bad.
follows up with another one,
Thankfully.
and he's got advantage because of pack tactics, which I forgot about, but still misses. All right. Tobias is just going to swing wildly, and he doesn't know who he's going to hit either. This time it's going to be Kenway. Ooh.
Yep, that hits.
4 piercing. And then I can follow up with a second one. Misses.
Miss.
Okay. This guy's just going to try to pull himself out again.
Okay, so I think I can do it if it's not like the first thing on the bottom of like the tracker of all like the attacks. Since like if if it's like the next thing or like the second to last thing, I could do it. If it's just the next thing, it like refuses to bring down the damage thing for some reason.
Oh, I've had that before. When you right click, if it's right down the bottom, try right clicking and then scrolling down. I actually, it's like, it's been like that for a long time, and actually it also really annoys me because like I'll be trying to scroll up to like read something, and as soon as somebody posts, it just scrolls down to the bottom as well. Like I don't know that, but yeah, I installed a module to try to fix that, but it seems to not be functioning anymore. But yeah, try that. Sometimes that works if you right click and then scroll. Because sometimes it's like the thing is there, but it's just hiding. Anyway, this guy pulls himself free, can't do anything else. Cat. I don't think he has any bonus actions.
Cat's gonna move to right here and give help action on the one guy with hair. And then also, look at that, I'll give some flanking stuff too.
20, 30, 35, 40. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Oh, but it will run out of range with the guy in the middle as it runs around the other guy. You won't be able to run right through the guy. So you have to run around.
Because it's difficult terrain too.
Difficult terrain, and also you can't run through the square of an enemy.
If I go like around all of them, difficult terrain, does that just count double, right?
Yeah, so you can do it. Like if you run. Oh, I can't like ping anymore for some reason. There are lots of things going on.
Like I said, I don't have my mouse, so it's hard to click. But if I go I go here and then here and then here and then here, that would be 40, right? If I go diagonal.
Yeah, you can do that, but this guy will swing. Will take the guy in the middle will take a swing at you.
How rude! How rude! I forgot that people will attack my cat.
Yeah,
how aggressive of them.
No,
I guess I'll just move forward one instead to on top of the dead guy.
Okay.
And the cat will taunt this person on top of the body of their dead friend. And give help action on that guy instead.
Or bad.
He's a cat. He's an asshole.
Yeah, it seems like a very cat move.
Yeah, fully. Jean Lamore. Not a friend to cats.
Not a friend to cats, but taking a shine to this one. Okay. Jean Lamore is going to yell a curse at this guy. Let's hope that something works. You are but the only head token friend. Damn it!
Wait, what? What does that even mean?
Only token with hair.
The token.
I feel like there's a unison of like, what? Just like from the both party and enemies.
Yeah, he's like, what?
Maybe we can workshop this later.
When John Lamore picks up like a confusion spell, it will be so on point.
Yes, that'll be my turn.
Okay. This guy, he's just like, fuck this. Pulls out his heavy crossbow, tries to take a shot at someone. Doesn't really matter. It's going to be... let me just do that again in case. Okay, he's going to try to take a shot at Kenway. Kenzei is your first name. Completely misses. Elena.
Okay. Take 2 on the man with hair, since that's his name now.
Definitely not flirting
You
with
have
him
been
anymore.
downgraded from Tobias to man with hair.
That hits.
And sneak attack. Yep. I'm just help. I'm not trying to be annoying.
You're good. You're good.
How do you kill this guy?
Yeah.
Just like rapier straight up through the bottom of the neck, through his face.
Oh, just as he's grabbing his... I forgot what that thing was already. the Nodo or whatever. He's grabbing his Nodo.
Nabos.
He's grabbing his Nabo. And you just straight up through his neck. Oh, my other Nabo.
And
He
then
dies.
yeah, I guess I can't do anything else, but that's okay. I was just gonna say I'm gonna chop off his hand.
You can
I'll do
definitely
that
do that.
after.
You can do that.
Oh,
It's just
all right,
flavor.
I'm just gonna bring my dagger down and take the hand with the tattoo.
Anybody need a hand?
And then bonus action, can I just disengage this time?
Not with a bonus action, unfortunately. You have to take a full action.
Like my cunning action?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Yes, you certainly can.
Okay. I was like, I'm level 2. I think I have that now. I could be wrong. I was like, I could be lying to you. There's a strong possibility.
Nope, you can do that.
Okay, so I think I don't know, disengage. Can I move? Does that mean I move?
Yeah, you can move.
Yeah, you can move without provoking attack.
It's been a long time. Okay, just gonna.
Oh, you were standing on the lamppost. We'll just say you were attacking around the lamppost.
I'm
That's
like
all right.
a cat. It's fine.
She was like dancing and weaving with the lamppost between her, just like thrusting at the man with hair. No wonder she was rolling kind of like low on these attacks.
Yeah,
Garbage.
just like shoot.
Yeah.
The man.
What was I sitting on?
Ethel.
Oh, I think I'm just gonna do magic. Oh, see, she's spinning again. This is not intentional. Magic missile on the 2 who are up front, and then the one on the left in the back.
Okay.
While breakdancing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
Breaking a hip.
fire one under your leg and like fire one from behind. Like.
Okay, now she's styling on us. Like, come on.
Oh, beautiful. 2 damage.
Ethel has the
Pretty
best
much.
head count, right?
I don't know.
Shoo, shoo, shoo. Okay, Marco.
Moving into that position. Going to use frostbite on that one there.
All right. Fails. All right, just the tip of his nose goes black. As he just gets like actual frostbite there. Like, ah!
Wow, we did so cool the first round, and now we both did like we did 3 total damage.
Just gonna crossbow bolt this guy here.
Sweet, that hits. You would have advantage as well.
Oh, wait, it's advantage. That's what I was just gonna say. Whoops.
Sweet, all good. All right, yep.
Nice.
We're all running out of steam.
Oh boy.
We've hit the 4-hour mark.
And my turn.
The dice are saying you've had enough. It is last call for dice rolls. All right, I'm just gonna smash this guy right here.
All right.
Attack. Advantage because of the help.
Protect the
Yep.
Nabos.
I regret saying that.
Yeah, I can't unsee it every time it comes up now.
I still don't know what it is.
Alright, that's it. That's, well, how much health am I looking? Oh, I clicked on a tab to actually look it up real quick. I'm going to second wind because I am kind of rough myself.
Yep.
So let me features, second wind, use, healing, normal. It's better than nothing. Oh,
Yep.
I had it. There you go. There you go. Got it to work.
Multi-class into something tankier.
All right, and he's gonna see if he can take some of that second wind back away from you. Yep.
Does he also have disadvantage from the frostbite?
Ah, I forgot about that. Is that how it works? Gives him disadvantage?
Yeah,
Has disadvantage.
that's why the damage rolls so average.
Nice. All right.
The kickers. Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, so I'll give him a second one. Oh, it still hits, I'm afraid. 7 slashing.
Apparently, nabo is another word or for Jesus, for turnip. Apparently.
Right, the turnips.
Jinx.
So this one dealt 7 damage.
7, yes.
Right. I'm sorry. Yep.
All right. This guy is... Well, he's going to try to take a swing at the cat. Is there anything you can reach from here?
Rude.
And he hits... I think I'm going to kill your cat, I'm afraid.
Are
Cat
you
is
gonna kill my
dead.
cat?
Cat is dead.
Cat
He
is
just
dead.
like
A
smashes the cat.
tragedy.
I don't want to describe it too much. Pretty dark. All
This
right.
is why Ethel has not named her cat, because it is a familiar and it dies all the time.
It's a
just
magical
cat.
familiar. It just like kind of like goes up
Yeah.
in like
Requisite tip.
Still rude.
stars and dust. And then he's going to take a step forward and he's going to swing his Morning Star again, this time at Ethel.
Yeah, that definitely is.
He's attacking the whole family. 7
Wow.
piercing. Okay, Jean Lamour Zulavi.
Is gonna. All right, he's gonna try. He's gonna try again. He's gonna try again. And target this guy. Oh, you just look like another bold lackey. Nothing special about you. Okay, come on.
Yay!
There we go.
He's like,
There we go.
"Whoa."
We're stepping our game up. We're stepping our game up. There we go.
Yes. Thank you,
Mum says
Kengan.
I'm very special. This is the guy with the help action, I take it?
No, this
Oh, it's the
guy.
other guy. Oh, okay.
Give him 3 health back. Take 3 health from the other.
And he has disadvantage on the next attack roll he makes.
Nice. He was viciously mocked. Okay. This guy's... He just drops the crossbow. He's sick of being back here. Tries to pull himself out again. Just can't get out of it. Okay. Elena.
All right. I'm going to short bow, I guess. This guy with the help on him. Does he still have the help?
Yes.
So it's,
Because I
okay.
forget where it came from. That hits. For piercing. Alright. Looking bloodied.
And...
Oh, don't forget the sneak attack.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. I get it, and then I forget it.
Can't waste a distraction of sorts.
Another 3 damage. And this guy's still asleep. And Ethel.
Cool. I think I was a little hurt and just watched her cat get destroyed, so I'm just gonna disengage and take a few steps back.
Seems good. Seems
And
reasonable.
I'll just go back here, and that'll be my turn for now.
Marco.
Marker
He's gonna
is
run after
going
you.
to move up into that position,
He's not
and
gonna
he's
run after
going to
Sorry.
use his he's going to use his quarterstaff on the one on the left.
Okay.
Sorry.
Miss.
Intern.
Gennaro.
It's going to lean forward, put his crossbow kind of on the box in front of him, and try and shoot the guy in the corner again, like you shoot water in like a clown's mouth, like a carnival game.
Okay. Also, that box is a medieval dumpster. Just so you know.
Okay.
To clarify.
As this guy's like trying to pull his leg out, He's got his like mouth wide open. He's kind of like moving his head around like one of those like weird robot clown things. And you just managed to just shoot him with your crossbow bolt, just like straight into his mouth.
Bullseye.
And coins start coming out of him. No. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yes.
hey.
Oh, sorry. I did that thing.
Slow down there, Jimmy boy.
Sonny boy, Sonny Jim. Sorry, I'm getting tired now as well.
Do I wanna? Yeah, I'm gonna attempt to smack this guy again. Normal.
That's a hit. All right, five bludgeoning.
All right, that's it.
Okay, so this guy is going to attack Marker with a couple of swift scimitars to the schnoz. Oh shit!
Whoops!
To his own schnoz. I really am getting tired. What do I do?
Mine is dead.
Oh yeah, damage. Okay, and another one. Oof.
Oof.
Another 8. Oh yeah, it's
And just a concentration check on the entanglement.
yep.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
And 8.
And on the 8, yeah.
Yep. Oh, was that another concentration
Yeah,
check?
I think it would
Or-
be
Yep, no worries. Yep.
for every source of damage, I think. Nice. All right. This guy is going to attack one of you. He has disadvantage on his attack. He's going to attack Kenzei. First attack with disadvantage. Misses, and second attack just normal. Oh, sorry. That would have been flat, but he misses anyway. And he's going to have advantage on the second one because of the pack tactics. Still misses. Jean Lamont.
All right, I'm living. Okay.
You ready? Are you ready for this? Gonna attack this guy and say, "You're weak, and we are going to kill you. And it is because you are ugly."
Is it the guy on the left or the right?
The left.
Yep. You're ugly. You're hitting the low blows. Nah, he knows he's ugly.
Perfectly okay with it.
I've been bald since I was a young man.
No,
been
I
called
know
worse.
That it's what's on the inside that matters.
I can't false that. Anyone look hurt? No.
Yeah.
I am hurt.
Kensley and Marker look hurt. Ethel looks hurt.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
Okay.
Okay.
This guy is gonna. Oh, sorry. Did you want to?
No.
Okay. This guy's gonna make a strength save, and finally breaks free. And Alina.
All right, short bow the guy to check to see if the insides actually count for him.
This guy? Oh, shit, I still can't ping.
Yeah,
for some
because
reason.
Ethel said it's on what's on the inside that counts.
Oh, right.
So I'm just confirming.
So you want to see his insides just to make sure it does count. Gotcha. That definitely hits. And I believe, yeah, all of his insides come out.
That's really what's in the inside.
He has like beautiful insides. They're like, I don't know, a little glittery, a little sparkly. And we're like, oh, wow.
These are the most beautiful insides I have
This is the
ever
most
seen.
beautiful guts I've ever seen.
Hey,
I'm serious.
It's really less beautiful on the inside.
Yeah, that guy specifically is beautiful on the inside.
I'm just gonna cunning action hide so I can't be shot with anything, just in case.
You won't be able to hide just in like plain sight.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
I'm just gonna hide behind Jean Lemour.
yeah, I mean you're like right
I
under the
thought about
lamplight and
Ethel,
everything.
but
Like
I mean, she's too far.
yeah.
Barrel here, maybe.
This guy's asleep. Ethel.
Cool. I'm gonna firebolt this last guy up in the front.
Okay. Yep, that hits.
Awesome.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
8 damage. He's looking bloodied.
Burning.
Marker.
Mark is going to
Finish him.
use his bonus arm.
I feel like we need to get Maka like shillelagh. I feel like would be something you would really want.
Mark is waiting a bit longer to get a bit more experience to take it in. He's learning, if you
He's
get
got
what I
plans.
mean.
Janara.
I am just keeping focus on that same spot. I haven't moved at all, and I'm attacking that same dude.
Not with advantage this time, though. He's managed to pull himself out of these. But that's okay.
Oops, sorry.
That's all
Even
right.
rolled disadvantage.
Oh, yeah, you did. But it's
Yeah.
okay. We'll go with the 6 anyway, or the 8. Yeah, you miss him, unfortunately.
And I will end my turn.
I am going to. Alright, I am going to. I'm going to actually reposition a little bit so I'm over here. Don't break in this guy's. And I'm going to smack him.
Smack.
Normal.
Yep. You smack him.
Alright.
Did anyone else's screen just suddenly go blank?
Nope.
Okay.
Not me.
I've had. This is an error that I had like back in the day. When I say back in the day, you remember this, Rain? This error that happens sometimes. I don't remember if I already applied the damage, but anyway, he's still standing. Just. All right, and he's going to respond. I guess we'll see who he's going to attack. Okay, he's going to attack Kenway. Oop, not with that.
Not with a crossbow.
Misses. And ooh.
Whoa!
Oh, that's my.
10. What are you on?
And Ken's
Ooh,
unconscious.
takes you down.
Oi!
I was going to cutting words the crit, if that's okay.
Yeah, you can do that, of course. Sorry, I moved too quick. Just interrupt me. That's probably
Yeah, no
pretty hard.
problem. I wait for
Probably
crits
impossible.
for it, so just if you get a crit, just wait a second.
Just wait a second. Okay, I'll try to
Sorry,
remember.
silvery barbs. That's the spell.
Okay.
That's like, you have cutting words?
Sorry, yeah, another character.
All right, so I'll undo that damage. And silvery barbs. So
You just roll again.
roll again. Use the lower one. Right, he misses.
And I'm going to give Alina the advantage for next turn.
Nice. Do I have a silvery barbs? I feel like I do. Maybe not. Okay, anyway. Jean Lemore.
Okay, Jean Lemour is gonna aim a crossbow bolt at this guy, but using the correct tool this time. Is that just normal? Yes, he doesn't have any advantages, does he?
No. But just it's a little bit hard to hit him where you are, but that's alright. Yeah, you hit him.
It's a little. You hit him.
I'm hiding
um,
behind him right now, so
Yeah.
take me out of the kitchen.
Oh, damage. It's like we're playing leapfrog.
All right, he goes down.
Yes!
This guy is going to run over to here. He just saw you take out his friend. He's going to run over here, and he's going to try to swing his mace at you, Jean Lemore. And
Uh-oh.
he hits.
Oh, no.
Yes. No.
And he's going to take another swing. Revenge.
dear.
Revenge is in his eyes. Oh, okay, so you
Oh,
take
revenge is in his eyes.
12 bludgeoning all up.
Oh, please don't kill me, sir.
Oh, wait.
I surrendered.
I'm gonna step in to help here and rapier him. And I have advantage.
Why do you have advantage?
Silvery barbs.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yes.
That hits.
And this.
5. Another 2. All right, he's looking pretty bloodied.
And cunning action to disengage.
Getting the hell out of here.
That guy's asleep. Fuck, he's missed everything. Ethel.
Cool, I'm gonna firebolt that bloody guy. I used all my cooler spells, so now we will just firebolt.
That hits.
Does the 14 hit? Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Great.
I'm just reduced to noises now. Not quite
Pretty
dead.
good noise.
Marco.
Do I have to say it again? Finish it.
Finish him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Ah,
End this so we can go to bed.
It was to finish him, right?
Hooray!
He is extremely wounded. So extremely wounded.
I'm gonna
you feel like
wave
you
the
could blow
man's
on him.
hand around that I
Tragic.
cut off in celebration.
Janara.
You can't make this shit up. Oh.
Janara.
Oh.
Finish.
Again.
Did you restrain this last one then?
Say
Oh,
it
wait, he's
again.
not dead.
Yeah, he's not quite dead.
Yeah.
No, this man refuses to die.
Sorry, I was celebrating because I thought he was dead. Now I'm gonna
No.
put my hands down all sad, like, oh.
He's like rocking back and forth, like, ooh.
ooh, the personal approach.
Yeah, how do you end this fight?
Beautiful.
I'll give him. Oh God, I can't think of what the smile is called. But I'll
Feeling
just do.
smile.
There you go. Yeah. And I'll do basically extend the smile on both sides.
Oh,
What's the smile?
Oh
Like a
my
Chelsea
God.
grin kind of thing.
Chelsea grin. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, there's a Sicilian smile as well.
All right.
what?
Oh,
Billion.
I was gonna say stab
they
him
think-
with his own friend's hand.
Calabrese necktie. That's another one I'll explain to you another time.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty heavy one. Yeah, he goes to his grave with a big old grin on his face.
Oh, good.
And we're out of combat.
Fantastic.
And yeah, you can like search
That
them and
one poor
everything.
sleeping guy is
Yeah,
gonna
that
wake
guy's
up and his all his friends are dead.
I'm gonna
That
I'm totally gonna tie him up and bring him back. Yeah.
I know. It's tragic either way. He'll probably wake up as we're killing him if we do, and then it's like all your friends are dead and you couldn't help them.
We should bring him back to 9 fingers keen, so she can pick a finger to sew back on if she needs it.
Ooh.
So you want to carry Tobias back?
Oh,
The
we're
blushing
thinking we're like.
I'm talking about the one that's alive, so we can
yeah,
interrogate
this one.
him if we
Oh,
want.
right. So it's like
to
a
prove that
yeah,
we
I
murdered
getcha.
all his friends.
A working
They're
finger.
gonna wake
like,
him up and let him look at all the bodies, and then bring him back to her.
Wow.
That's one way to prove authenticity of our kills.
I didn't mean for Alina to be this dark, but it's just the way we've gone, apparently.
We proved that we killed him because we brought his traumatized friends back, like, in safety. Look how distressed he is.
We, like I said, we were going to bring a resume, a cover letter, a draft.
Very
like,
thorough. I prep hard for my interviews, okay?
We could just stick his body in the bag of holding, like the guy who we were supposed
And
to
leave
kill.
the head out, like we said. That would come back.
You can totally just shove his whole body in the bag of holding. I don't see why
It's
not.
happening. It'd be like, can they help me with this?
Let's
over
loot
here.
his body first.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's
Oh
loot
yeah,
the
okay,
bodies,
fine.
and
Let's
then-
loot them.
At least
Fine.
loot them.
Oh,
Yeah.
All his stuff will be safe in the bag. It'll fall out of his pockets, and we can dump it out later.
Well, you
I
loot,
take
you loot the
another
bodies.
scimitar, and I'm just gonna get one from every battle. Just one more
Are you
scimitar.
gonna be
They're all the
weighed
same.
down in scimitars? How much can you
Yes.
carry? Is it more than me?
Axel just has scimitars like all over her body, like a porcupine.
when the shit gets real, he's going to come out dual wielding.
Just strap them on so, like, when people come near, they get stabbed.
I mean, you're carrying
I'm
like
so tired.
almost nothing, so you could probably manage like quite a few scimitars before you'd be able.
Yeah, I don't have much on me, so I'm just gonna keep gathering up some scimitars.
Strange scimitar collector.
She's just gonna go into a shop and be like, "How much for all these scimitars?"
They're gonna be like 1 gold. They're like these are not worth much.
I think the
Pick them up off any body in the street. Yeah.
I think
Okay,
the
but,
person would be like, "Why is this 80-year-old plus old lady handing me a scimitar?"
You search these bodies. Yeah, you can of course take their weapons. You find pouches among them with a fair bit of coin because they're drug dealers and all. So you find in total 276 gold pieces, 31 silver pieces, and 18 copper pieces. You also find a small tin and the 3 little bags that the other guy were carrying, containing in total 10 doses of this gold crystal sunshine. And yeah. And you can take Tobias' entire body or cut off his finger, whatever you'd like to do.
We're taking the alive one.
You're taking the alive one.
I already took the hand.
Oh yeah, okay, so you've got Tobias' hand and you're taking the alive guy. Cool. And,
Trying these drugs, Kensei.
And yeah, thanks for playing.
I'm an alcoholic, not a drug dealer. Or drug connoisseur.
Just sprinkle it in your beer.
Ugh, don't dilute it. It's worse than watering it down.
I mean, it could be good.
And apparently
You
that took
try it if you're so eager.
1 minute. I don't know where it gets that from.
Anyway, thanks for the game, Adrian. This was fun.
Yeah, this was awesome. Thanks, everyone. That was cool. It went in a direction I didn't expect. That was cool. But yeah, be in touch. See you in a couple of weeks.
All right.
Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Night.
See ya.